Okay. Let's see. Okay. Hello, everybody. Welcome. This is the first ever Memco Production Workshop, which is something that we've been wanting to do for a really, really long time, and hopefully should be pretty fun. This is my first time ever doing anything like this, and as well as Memco's first time. So bear with me. I do consider myself very like I definitely am like well versed with FL, but I've never had to teach it before, so I'm sure I'll botch some things. Um, Also, like obviously, like I only have an hour, so there's no way I could possibly teach you everything in an hour. So this is mainly supposed to just kind of serve as like a starting point for you, um, to kind of get your foot in the door, and just get like a super basic understanding. And obviously, like any additional questions which you inevitably will have, you can always reach out to me, or anyone else in the production Slack, or pretty much anyone will be willing to help you. So yeah, let's see. Nice, we have 5 people. That's exciting. I hope you guys are doing okay. I sort of can't like have the stream up uh except for on my phone, because like I can't I don't have like I only have one monitor, so um I'll do my best if there's like questions to catch them. But I do apologize if I'm slow in getting to any questions that you might have. So yeah, so to just kind of run down the structure for today, I have a 2 hour block. I'm from 1 to 3, and I'm gonna be doing FL Studio stuff for these 2 hours. Nathan's gonna be after me. He's from 3 to 5, I think, doing Ableton stuff, and then Akshay will wrap it up with some Rekordbox stuff at the end of the day. So for my 2 hours, I'm kind of going to be breaking it up by the hour. My first hour is going to be mainly geared toward people who have never ever touched FL Studio before. So this is I'm going to be making a very 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 simple track and sort of using it as a means to kind of explain the software and what is going on with all these crazy fucking buttons and symbols and windows and shit. Um, so that will be the first hour. So that's mainly for people who have. I'm going to be sort of going very slow, and that's going to be for people who have no experience. And then the second hour will be much more kind of just me doing my thing, and I'll be still doing my best to explain what I'm doing, but it will be a little bit higher level stuff, and it's kind of going to be more just like me winging it, for that second part. So yeah, I hope you enjoy. I don't know. I guess I could probably. I don't know if there's like a certain threshold of people I should wait for, or if I should just get started. I'll probably give it like 1 more minute, just because I know people on Memco time. People always are slow to filter in. Um, but yeah, I'm excited. Thank you guys so much for being here. Um, I'm just gonna reset my view. Range windows. Reline. No, what's I want to do? Okay, I'm just gonna close everything. Um, so yeah. Actually, I just saw your text. I have it up on my phone, so I'll see them, but I should be good. But thank you. Um, okay, sweet. So I think we're just gonna get started. This will be fun. I'm excited. So first things first, I just want to say that um, in general, FL Studio is very, very visual. And I think it's much better at being visual than Ableton is. I think if you're a visual person, you'll definitely prefer FL Studio over Ableton. Um, and so if that is sort of like something that interests you, I definitely, if you're someone who's still kind of trying to decide on a DAW, a digital audio workspace, which is just basically just a fancy word for music production software. If you're trying to decide on one, usually most people will end up picking either one of FL Studio, Ableton, or Logic. I know next to nothing about Logic, and I know very little about Ableton. But I know a lot about FL, and I know that FL is very, very beginner friendly. It has a much less steep of a learning curve, and it does a really good job at kind of clearly conveying to you, especially as a new person, what you need to be doing, or what you are doing, exactly, basically. So if that sort of interests you, I definitely recommend that FL Studio is the DAW for you. Also, FL Studio has a free trial, unlimited free trial. So really, there's no reason in not trying it if you're interested. Yeah, right here, when you first open FL Studio, it might look a little bit different than this, just because I kind of closed everything just to be kind of have like a blank slate. The basic structure of FL Studio is that it sort of has this big window that you're looking at right now, which is like toolbar at the top. But then within that big window, there's a bunch of other sub windows, and there's mainly like three main windows that sort of act as the tools that you use to construct your song. And basically, if you want to start making music in FL Studio, the first step you should learn is what these three windows are and what they do and how they kind of interact with each other. And what, yeah, and yeah. So I would say if you want to, I don't know if anyone's like really following along, but if they do, or if they are, I would close everything just so you can kind of like match my view. But because I think by default it has some of the windows open already. So if you do want to do that, you can do view and then close all windows, or I guess F12 will do that for you. Okay, so like I said, FL Studio has like these three main windows. Also, I just want to say first off, because this is probably the first impression that you had when you saw this, is that there's a lot of buttons here and there's a lot of symbols, and it's probably really confusing and intimidating. I just want to let you know that almost all of these you will never use, ever. So don't be discouraged by the fact that there's a lot of shit kind of staring at you. Yeah, I would say that pretty much I'm basically not gonna mention what anything does until I get to it, just so I'm not like overloading people with information. Yeah, I'm just gonna kind of, I know just a second ago I mentioned there's like three main windows that you want to kind of like learn at first. So I'm kind of just gonna walk through what those are really quickly, and then we can get started. So the first, there's these buttons right here that I'm hovering over, and when you hover over them, they turn orange, and these sort of act as your like take me to this button. So if you hover over anything in FL Studio, you'll notice in the upper left corner, right? Hopefully the stream is high enough resolution for you to see that, but if it's not, you can see what it does. It will tell you, if you hover over it, it will tell you what it is in the upper left corner. So if you're ever confused, you can click on, or you can hover over it and it'll tell you. But yeah, so this first one, which kind of looks like three little black boxes in a diagonal, if you click on that, it will open up this thing, which is our playlist. And the playlist is essentially the song in front of you, laid out. I sort of like to compare the playlist to like if you've ever done video editing. You know how you kind of have like your library of like raw clips that you've recorded and like your audio and stuff, but none of that really matters until you drag it into, you know, the like main part of your video editing software that you can like drag in the audio clips and like the video clips, and you can put your transitions in there, and then you would click play and it will scan across them and play them. And then once you click export at the end of your video editing process, whatever is in that section is what ends up getting exported. And none of the stuff that it was in the library actually is considered for exporting. That was just a means to create what was in that main section, right? So that's exactly what this playlist is. So right now this is blank because we haven't put anything in it. But ultimately, when we end up creating elements of our song, they won't do anything unless we put them in this playlist. So this playlist is essentially the visual sort of just your song storyboarded, laid out in front of you. You'll be able to see all like your audio clips in here once we put them in here. Yeah, that's sort of what this is. I'm going to delete this because I was just testing my audio. Ignore what I'm doing. Okay. So yeah, it's sort of hard to go any further in explaining what this playlist is without actually making something to put into the playlist. So that's just a super basic glossing over. It will make a lot more sense what is actually going on here once I move on to something else. So I'm going to close the playlist just so I only have one window open at once. You don't have to do that. FL Studio is great with having everything open at once. It makes it really easy to jump back and forth. But just to like keep the amount of visual information that I'm showing you to a minimum, I'm just going to kind of like close everything and reopen everything. So there's only like one thing going on at a time. So that was the playlist. And then right next to the playlist, there's something called the piano roll, which is super important, but I'm going to kind of skip that for now. And then I'm going to go to this third one, which is the channel rack, which looks really weird for some reason. Hold on. One moment. See, I changed all my settings. Okay, perfect. I don't know why that was not showing up for a second, but usually this is what it looks like. Usually by default, it has this this thing called a sampler. It works. You can basically just think of the channel rack as working in rows. Everything's by row. So you can see on this, right now we only have this one row, which is usually in here by default, called a sampler, which is sort of confusing to try and understand at first what it is. So I won't confuse you and talk about the sampler too much. In fact, you can honestly just right click on it, this big sampler button, and there's a bunch of options here, and you can just click delete. And so, oh, I guess it doesn't like having an empty channel rack. Okay, so I guess it will automatically make a new sampler for you if you try and delete the sampler. I've never actually done that before. But yeah, so just ignore that for now. We're not going to be using it. But basically, you can think of these little buttons, these little notches, as being units of time. And when we click play, this is going to play from left to right. And once it reaches the end of these colored in, you see how there's like these grayed out ones at the end. Once it reaches the end of this colored in one, it will loop. It will loop back to the beginning. So essentially what we're doing here is we're creating a pattern. And literally anything can be in our pattern. I'm going to make a little like boots and cats house beat for you guys, because I think that's the simplest thing to possibly make, and it's really easy to sort of visualize and understand what's happening in our channel rack, which honestly, I don't really like the term channel rack because it's really confusing and it makes it difficult to understand what it's doing. Every time you see the word channel rack, I would just replace it in your head with like the pattern maker, because that's really what it is. It's where you make your patterns. So yeah, I'm gonna open up what is called the browser because I want to start dragging in some sounds that we can use. So if you go to File, so if you go to View, Browser, View, Browser, I have it collapsed right now, but and you can drag it open. It honestly should be open for you by default. If it's not, go to View and then click on Browser. And then if it's still not opening, it might just be like collapsed like this on the side. So if you hover over on this like gray bar. Also, I'm definitely realizing just now that my window is a little bit cropped. So I'm gonna try and, you cannot see the left part of my screen. So I'm gonna try and fix that. Sorry, I only just realized that, which is really important for working with the browser because it's on the left side of my screen. All right, sweet. That should be better. You should be able to see everything now. Okay, awesome. So anyway, I was saying, this left little grayed out bar on the side, if you click and drag and you get this icon, you can just drag it over. So this samples folder right here that I have open right now, you're not gonna have that. That's just my own personal folder of samples that I have. So ignore that. I'm gonna be using everything from this blue thing called packs, which you should have by default, which is basically just a big bank of sounds that FL Studio comes with when you install it. Which is honestly one of the best things about FL Studio is that all of the default things that it comes with are honestly pretty solid. You don't need to download a lot of stuff in addition to FL Studio to get started, be that like, plugins or synths or samples or whatever. So these are categorized by, just by type. You can see there's drums, instruments, there's some loops in here. And if you click on these, they'll expand. Some risers, which are terms that maybe you're familiar with, maybe you're not. Loops and risers and stuff like that. These are just like components that you can use in your song to do various things. So I'm just going to start with the drums. There's this drums and there's this drums mode audio. I think that these are just like, the mode audio was just like an additional kind of pack that they like added later. Honestly, I'm not totally sure. I'm going to use these mode audio ones just because I think they sound a little bit better. But that's obviously, this is the beauty, right, of making music, is that this is all subjective. So you can use any of these that you want, that you like. But yeah, so I'm going to go into drums, mode audio, and I'm going to go into kicks, which is a subfolder. And you can see all these kicks, tons and tons of kicks. This is like insane how many they give us. Jesus. Okay, I've never actually scrolled all the way through that. That is a lot. But yeah, so these are just like all, you can start clicking on these and playing through them. Right, so you can see that all these kicks have like, they're all kick drums, right? But they're like very slightly different. And that's sort of a big part of production, is just like your sound selection and your taste and what you think sounds good to you. So let's see. I like this. I'm gonna go with a 22 because that's very it's very like neutral. It's very dry. It doesn't have like a lot of characters. It's very simple. So there's two ways. So once you've just like located what you want to do or what you want to use in your browser, there's two ways you can sort of get it over here into this pattern maker. You can either click and drag, or you can right click and then open in new channel. I usually do this, open a new channel, just because I find like literally clicking and dragging can be kind of tedious. So if you just click and open and right click, that is, and open a new channel, you'll see that it opened up this kind of like mini window, which is basically just like looking at the sample. This right here, this like squiggly line at the bottom is actually, that is the kick visualized for us, which is kind of interesting. That's the sound wave of the kick. Let's not worry about this right now. We can just close this. And then you'll see that below our sampler, we now have this attack kick 22. And by the way, if you have this this button right here, I'm circling it with my mouse, this typing keyboard to piano keyboard, if you have that highlighted, then you should be able to use your computer keyboard as a MIDI controller. So I'm like running my finger across my keyboard right now, and it's like playing the kick like as notes. And if you have that enabled, by default, the comma key on your keyboard is the middle C, which means it will play the sample without any pitch correction at all. So if you ever want to hear what a sample sounds like, you can just click comma, 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 comma. So I'm just, the way I'm playing the kick right now over and over is just, I'm just spamming the comma button. So comma is your go-to key for seeing what something sounds like that you have selected. And if I go like up on the keyboard to the right, it will be slightly higher pitched, and I go down, it will be lower pitched. Typically with the drums, we're not going to be like playing them tonally. We're not going to be like playing up or down on the scale. You can do that totally. There's nothing stopping you, but typically with drums, we don't think about them in that way. So I will just be sticking with simply just playing them neutrally. So if that's confusing to you, don't worry, don't stress about it too much. But my point being, just you can press comma to hear the sample that we have. So now that we have this kick selected, we can start kind of looking into what these little buttons are doing. And I know earlier I mentioned that these are acting like units of time. And hopefully when I make this pattern, this will be a little bit more clear what I mean. So when I left click on any of these buttons, it will light up. And I can right click on any of these buttons to erase my selection of them. I can click and drag, so I could like go like this and select all of them, and I can right click and drag, I think. Yeah, I can right click and drag to like sort of like paint, delete them. But yeah, so mainly what we're doing here essentially is we're selecting the units of time that we want the kick to play. And I know, again, the word unit of time is really weird and it's not very scientific, but that's essentially what we're doing. So if I click spacebar, this will play. Sorry. Okay, this is good. Because like I'm making mistakes that you might make, which would be confusing. Right now in upper left, next to this record button, there's like a stop, and then there's a play, and then to the left of that, there's this green little thing that has song selected. There's basically two modes that you can be in when you click play. You can either play the song, which means play from the playlist that we were looking at earlier, or we can play from the pattern that we have selected. And if you remember, when we were looking at the playlist earlier, it was completely empty. So when I'm clicking, because I have songs selected right now, if I'm clicking play, what's actually happening is if I go into the playlist, it's playing the empty playlist. So if you ever like, why the hell is nothing happening? I can't hear anything. It might be because you have this wrong mode selected. So if I switch to pattern now it will switch to sort of just like, okay, we've honed in, and like that's basically our way of telling FL Studio, I'm not concerned about the actual song in the grand scheme of things right now. I'm just sort of like focusing on this one pattern that I'm working on right now. So now if we click spacebar, we get these, we get a little pattern, right? And hopefully you're starting to see what I mean by that unit of time thing, because watch what happens if I delete this second kick. And again, I did that by right clicking. Now watch. Right? So now that I've removed that that kick from that pattern, it's playing correspondingly, right? And I could go crazy. I could do like this and this. Right. So hopefully that makes sense, is what I mean by like units of time. And for the keen, for the sharp eyes watchers, you might be wondering, okay, well, how can I, obviously these are only so subdivided. If I want to like get more specific than that, just this like quarter note system that they have right here, this, how can I do that? You can, and it's very easy, but I'm just not going to get into it right now because I don't want to confuse people. So that is definitely a good question to ask after the stream. So keep that in mind. So yeah, because I'm gonna try and do something housey, this feels a little bit fast to me, and you might be like, it doesn't feel fast to me. What the hell is he talking about? Which is totally understandable, and that's just something that like might come with experience in producing. But there's a really, really easy way that we can change the speed or the BPM or the tempo or the beats per minute of our song. And the way we can do that is up here. You see this 140. I think by default it will always be 140. There's probably a way that you can change the default BPM, but I'm pretty sure when you open FL Studio for the first time, the default BPM will be 140 beats per minute, which is usually some really quick BPM theory for you. Usually if you're making like funk / like disco, or like really just like relaxing stuff, will usually sit around like the mid 90s to like 110. House will usually be anywhere from like 100 to 120, and then like we'll maybe push up to like 128. Rap will almost never be any slower than 125. 133 is sort of like the magic BPM for rap. A lot of rap songs are 133. And then once you start pushing like 140, that's where you start to get a lot of like your EDM and like your future bass, like your trap, stuff like that. 150 is a lot of like trap, like a lot of like, I think like literally every single song from R.L. Grimes' Nova album is 150, like literally every single song, which is interesting. Excuse me. And then like 160 is where you start to get to like your drum and bass stuff, like faster stuff. So yeah, so for house, I'm gonna click on this 140 and drag down. You can also right click and type it in if you want, or you can, something really, really useful is you can actually tap. I do this a lot, is if you just have a feeling of how your song wants to be, but like you don't know like what the number actually is, you can just tap it and it will calculate what that BPM is for you. So I'm gonna put this at like a 124. I actually like slower BPMs for house. I usually like a lot of times will make house around like 117, 118. So I'm gonna put this at 118 just for hell of it. And now this is definitely slower, right? Just for comparison, this is what it was a second ago. This is like this 140. This is like techno. Like this gives me like very much like a techno vibe. Like, which is like totally, if that's what you want to do, go for it. But just for the sake of this, I'm just gonna stick around like 118, 117. So yeah, okay. But obviously these are just kicks, right? So we want to make some more interesting stuff. So I'm gonna do the exact same thing that we just did with the kicks, but I'm gonna add some hi-hats. So I'm gonna go into this hi-hat folder. I can just kind of click around. I like this 24. It's kind of cool. It's cute. Okay, yeah. So I'm gonna make this a little bit quieter, just because I don't want the hi-hat to be as loud as the kick drum is. And a really easy way to do that is there's when we have this window opened up that we were talking about earlier. There's this little blue knob right here, this volume knob. Really easy. Just drag that to the left a little bit. If I drag it all the way down, we'll go quiet. You're gonna make it louder. I'm gonna put it like right around like here. The exact loudness that you want to put this at starts to get into mixing and stuff, which I'm not even gonna touch. So it's for now, just feel it out, right? Just whatever feels good to you. So this is our pattern, right? That we had, but now you can see that now there's another row, and nothing's stopping us. We can stack these up, right? So if I wanted to put these same hi-hats on the kicks, it would sound like this. Which, you know, that's fine, but we can do more weird stuff, right? We can alternate them, so now we get this. Yeah. Now we're cooking. We are fucking cooking. Okay. So this is like sort of just like the core of working in FL Studio is constructing these patterns, and sort of just like getting them how you want. Now you can also make these patterns a lot longer, right? So if I wanted to have some like variation, I could like have these kicks continue, and now this, you can see the number, like you can see the amount of like colored in spaces has now grown by 2. It will always kind of work in like a factor of a multiple of 4, which I can never really think of a situation where you would not want it to be. If you were doing some really, really weird time sig stuff, you could like, maybe there's some stuff in the settings, but usually it does a very good job of doing what it thinks you want to do. So I wouldn't worry about it too much. But yeah, so we can keep doing this, but maybe at the end of our pattern, we're gonna have to kind of like change up our hi-hat pattern a little bit right here. So now this is what we get. I sort of has like a reggaeton. Cool, right? That's awesome. Let's add one more thing. I'm gonna add a snare. So I'm gonna go into these snares here. Let's go with this one. Snares are like notoriously like the most like I think it's in my opinion, snares and crashes, like cymbal hits, are the 2 most difficult to find samples like that you like. Like it's like finding a snare or a crash that you really, really, really like is like, it's like finding a unicorn, right? It's everyone has their very small selection of crashes that like and snares that they like are a champion. So I wouldn't stress too much at first about like worrying about like your snare sound selection, because it will come to you in time. So yeah, let's see. These yeah, still haven't found a good crash. I don't think there are good crashes in existence, honestly. Ooh, there's like mediocre crashes at best. Like I think like there is no such thing as a perfect crash. Damn, this is actually kind of hard, I'll be honest. Yeah, so I'm gonna really quick just kind of like run what it so like if let's say you have this pattern created, but now I want to change what this kick is. Or actually I'm gonna change the snare just because I don't, this first snare I made, just because I don't really love it that much. Instead of deleting all these and then making a new snare and then copying over the same little like lights that I had, there's a really easy way. You can actually just so select the sound that you want to swap. So just click on this little box and it should highlight green. And then find the sound that you want to replace it with. So like that. And then right click and then send to selected channel or focus plugin, the very first thing. And boom, now it's just swapped that sound. Awesome. So we have made an awesome little house pattern. And now what are we gonna do with it, right? So I'm gonna close this and open back up our playlist, which is still empty. Okay. So now that we've created this pattern, we can sort of just draw it into our space. So the easiest way to do that is right here where it says playlist arrangement and then pattern 1. You'd want to click the pattern that you want to drag in with, which is our pattern 1. Right now, that's the only pattern we've made, so there's only one pattern in here. But yeah, we can just click and drag this in. And yeah, now we have this thing. By the way, if having pattern 1 bothers you, you can totally change these. If you right click on this pattern 1 here, rename the color, here we go. So we can say like drums. I never ever name my patterns ever, which is not a good habit if you want to like be really organized. I just like kind of just stick with pattern 1, pattern 2, pattern 3. But if you want to get into the habit, honestly, it's probably a good habit to get into at first. So I would recommend. I don't know. I don't even know if I would recommend it. Honestly, I don't think there's that much benefit that comes from it. But if you want to like name these, you can actually even if you right click on this, you can even where it says rename in color, you can see this little gray little chevron arrow looking thing. If you click on this, you can actually like color it. So if you want like, I want these patterns to be red, you can do all kinds of crazy shit with like your organization and like making like color coding things. I've never really get into that much, but if that's something that and this sort of goes back to what I was saying earlier, where FL Studios were very visual. This is a big part of that. Is how they let you do these things. I actually don't like this being red because it makes it look like I'm selecting them. So I'm gonna change this to be a different color. Make it like blue. Awesome. Okay, so now we have our drum pattern. Sweet. So let's see. What do I want to do next? I'm thinking we can do like a bass line next. Very, very simple bass line. So if you want to make a different pattern, up here where it says drums, drums with a Z, there's a little plus button right next to it. If you hit this plus button, it will automatically make a new pattern for you. And we can rename it, I guess, for the sake of tutorial, I'll name it bass line. Again, you don't have to do this. And yeah, so we're gonna look at the piano roll for the first time, which is basically how you make things that have melodies to them. Which I think is the piano roll is sort of like it's like the hardest thing to like mechanically get used to. It's like a lot of like weird like inputs as far as like keyboard shortcuts that you like are using to do certain things. So I'm gonna just try and keep it really simple. And I know if this is confusing, don't trust me. It's probably just on me for explaining it poorly. But so I'm going to click this plus button down here, which we haven't done before, because up until now we've just dragged things in from the browser. But if you click this plus button, it's going to open up this, which is essentially all of your synthesizers, plugins, things that you can potentially add to a pattern. Mine is going to look a little bit different than yours because I have a lot of things installed that you probably don't. All these things up here you probably don't have. All these things right here you probably don't have. I'm going to go and open up this 3X OSC, which you should have. And yeah, so now, boom, you have opened a synthesizer for the first time. You're looking at a synthesizer for the first time. Congratulations, big step. What does 3X OSC mean? It means 3 oscillators. An oscillator is just a sound wave. So this is essentially a fancy way of saying this synth lets you make up to 3 separate sounds at once. So this is like the simplest synth like in existence. So I'm going to use this to make a really, really simple bass. So what we're going to do, and again, this is what I'm about to do is I'm about to start playing notes on my keyboard. Like when I see keyboard, I don't mean like piano keyboard. I mean literally my computer keyboard. Which again, if you can't do that, click this button up here by the tempo. This green, this orange one that I have selected, this typing keyboard to piano keyboard. Hit that, and you should be able to do what I'm doing. So this is right now. It's 3 sine waves right here. You can see, and that's just what this shape is. This like, if you remember from math class, a sine wave or a cosine wave, they're like very just like gentle up and down curves. But that's not the only thing that we can do, right? A sound wave can have different shapes. And this is just probably something that you've never thought about before in your life. And it's probably like, what the fuck does that even mean? What was I talking about? And basically just different shapes will have different sound characteristics to them. And there's really no way of learning that other than just kind of messing around and seeing like, oh, okay, a sound wave kind of sounds like this. A square wave kind of sounds like this. A saw wave kind of sounds like this. And that's just something that you'll pick up with experience. So I'm gonna, these knobs, and again, all these knobs, it's really annoying because they don't really label what they do, but in the upper left corner, if you hover over something, it will tell you what it does. I'm gonna drag this mix level of this oscillator number 2, which is a fancy way of saying its volume. I'm gonna drag the mix level down to the left, which is to 0, and I'm gonna drag this number 3 also down to the left, which is 0. So now I'm left with this one oscillator at the top. And that is a sine wave. That's just a very, very, it's like, has a very, almost like a naturey, like very like chill kind of sound. Like it's very like neutral. It's very just like pure, just like a tone, right? With like no kind of like nothing fancy going on. But we can change that, right? So right next to this number 1, there's all these different waves. So I'm gonna choose the square wave. Whoa, right? Oh, sorry. 1 second. I'm just gonna make this quieter for you, so I'm not destroying your ears on the stream. So square waves have a very like video game feel, right? They're like very like N64. This is, I don't even know what you call this. It's sort of like halfway between a square and a sine, I guess. Again, very, very like chiptune video game. This is a triangle, which sounds a lot like a sine. They have like, it's like a sine, but like a little bit brighter, has a little bit like sharper energy to it. And then there's this, finally we have a saw. Saws are like very ubiquitously used in like EDM. So we're going to make a bass line, and a lot of times for bass lines, sine waves are king. Obviously that is a massive blanket statement and is not true in general, but just for simple clean sub bass line, we're gonna go with sine wave. So I'm just gonna literally just leave it at that as far as the synth goes. I'm not gonna do any more sound design other than just creating a sine wave. And I'm gonna exit that, and I'm gonna go back into our channel rack here. I'm gonna right click on this 3X OSC, and there's just something called a piano roll, and I'm gonna click on this, and it's gonna open this new window, which we haven't seen before, and that I've just closed on accident. Sorry, 1 sec. Okay, it's really tiny. Why are you so small? Okay, there we go. So yeah, so this is our piano roll, which is essentially just like it's a way of visually laying out the notes in front of us. This is a sort of essentially FL Studio's equivalent of sheet music. If you know how to read sheet music, This is where you might start to be like, what the fuck? Like, this is like it's basically like, it's the same idea as sheet music, but 1 million times easier to understand. I don't know how to read sheet music, and I've been using the piano roll for years. So it's just like basically it's the same idea as sheet music in that it reads from left to right. Going up means higher, going down means lower in pitch, and yeah, that's literally the same mechanics as reading sheet music. It's just a little bit more easier to understand, less weird symbols, more just it's just a lot simpler. So I'm going to go to our playlist really quick, which I can do with that button, and I'm going to click in this baseline pattern, which right now is empty because we haven't done anything to it, but I'm just going to put it in here now. So that way when I click play on the song, it will play the drums. And then if I go back into my channel rack and select the baseline pattern, and I right click and open up the piano roll. So now if I click play on our baseline, there's nothing, it's empty, right? But we're still hearing the drums because we're playing from the playlist. So this is a really, really useful way of like letting us draw in our baseline while all the drums are playing, instead of like having to make the baseline like in isolation, then bring it in and see how it sounds with the drums. This is a really good way of making us like letting us like see how it sounds with the drums in real time, as opposed to just like, here's a bass line, okay, now let's add it to the drums. Does it sound good? No. Okay, let's go back to the bass line, make some changes. Does it sound good? Like, you know, it's just a lot more like organic workflow, in my opinion, to do it this way. So we can like drag in a bass line and see how it sounds with the drums as we're making it. So as it is a bass line, we're gonna go pretty low down. We're gonna scroll. These you can scroll here. It goes all the way up to a B10, down to a C0, which is basically just this number refers to what octave you're in. So I'm gonna work, because the sine wave is pretty like it's relatively, it's not super low pitch, so I'm gonna have to go pretty down, far down to make a bass line. So yeah, I just right clicked, or sorry, left clicked, and it's this exact same mechanics as working in the it's the exact same mechanics as working in the pattern generator, in that like it's left click to create, right click to delete, right? So dope. There's our baseline that I made in like 2 seconds. So now, also, sorry if you see this like little gray box by my mouse. I'm like pretty sure that's a bug. I have no idea what that is. That just like kind of started happening to my FL Studio just like randomly like a year ago, and I can't figure out a way to get it to stop. So if you're watching this and you know what this is, like if I move my mouse around, it will disappear. It's really annoying. I don't know. So if you see that and you're like, what the fuck is that? Don't worry about it, because it's definitely not supposed to be doing that. But anyway. Should I say this really quick? So yeah, so hopefully you can see like it's pretty obvious like what's happening. Like it's as it's low, and as like right here, like it jumps up. Like you can see like clearly visually that's what that's doing with those little bars. So yeah, and how you construct these patterns, you know, what notes you choose, where you like, that is literally just you're starting at that point to get into like music theory, and that is where like that's like the good problem to have, because if you're starting to think about that stuff, that means like you're starting to get comfortable with the software itself, and you're just starting to have to think about creatively. Okay, what am I doing? So yeah, that's that. Let's see. I'm going to have about 15 minutes left, so I'm going to show really quickly how to sample something, like a sample an audio clip, and then I'm going to really quickly show, I know at the beginning, I talked about 3 main windows, right? There was the playlist, there was the pattern thing, and then there was that third thing, the mixer. I haven't talked about it yet, so I'm going to try and touch on it, and I'm sort of kind of trying to wrap like the sampling thing into the mixing thing as well, so we can kind of come on. So let's see, I'm going to try and sample some vocals stuff. These vocal packs, like the vocal samples that come in FL Studio, they're like pretty funny. Like they're like very like infectious. Like I don't know, something about them just make me laugh. Like they're kind of like, yeah, baby. Wait, shake, wait. I like this one. I've actually used this one before. I like it's good. So yeah, again, oh shit, also I definitely just realized I did something that I have not done before nor explained. You can actually drag things directly into the playlist without them being in a pattern. What? Yeah, right? Like, so you can just like raw dog the playlist with your samples, like no fucking pattern. And actually, if you want to do your drums this way, some people do their drums this way, in that they will directly drag the kicks and snares and hi-hats like we were doing. We were instead of putting them first into a playlist and putting that playlist into, or sorry, instead of putting them first into a pattern and then putting that pattern into a playlist, you can just throw that shit right into the playlist. I personally don't prefer it that way. I know Akshay, who's watching, he does his that way. It's totally just preference. It's honestly mostly, I think, it's sort of a visual thing, but it's also like it gives you a little bit more control to not do it in a pattern, because it lets you just kind of like tweak things on the fly by just like clicking and dragging one single individual kick pattern around, as opposed to having to go into the pattern and like change it there and then have it to like change it in the playlist. But yeah, so that's just something to think about. I think for beginners, it's easiest to do in the playlist, because if you start doing it in the playlist, it will start teaching you how to, sorry, I keep using the word pattern and playlist. I keep confusing them. I think for beginners, it's easiest to make drums as a pattern instead of just dragging them directly in like I've been showing you, just because if you do it that way, it will sort of force you to have to learn how to make patterns. And then later on, you can start doing them directly if you want. But that's a tangent. But yeah, so I just drag this directly in. And again, just like the kick, I can press comma to play it. And yeah, so I'm gonna really quickly kind of just show you the basics of kind of like audio manipulation, like chopping. And so you can click and drag this sample around however you want. And I'm going to, let's see. So when she says this word wait, right, like the beginning of the word is like a W sound, like a wait, and then like at the end she kind of like opens up into a vowel. It gets this 8, right? So I'm gonna try, I'm just narrating my thought process here. I'm gonna cut off the W, so I just have this like vowel, this 8, and then I'm gonna try and like use that as like a use that as some sort of like melodic element in our beat that we're making. So the easiest way to do that is if you hover over the left or any edge, the left or right edge of a sample, your mouse will change into this little like double-ended arrow, and if you click and drag, you can actually just drag. You can trim, right? So if you'll notice that it's trimming like by this unit of time. It's sort of like snapping. If you want to get more exact, you can hold Option, which Akshay, who's in the chat, he taught me this. You can hold Option and you can click and drag, and it's much more like fluid. So let's see. So you can see now it's just like it's cut off that beginning, right? And we can do the exact same thing with the other side. Now we've basically isolated the center of that word wait that she was saying, and we've cut off both ends, and now we're just sort of left with this middle part. So and now if I click this and I can sort of like, I can almost treat it like it's a pattern, and now I can click and drag and I can paint it, right, the exact same way I would with a pattern. So I'm just gonna, Um, so there you go. I don't. That's like it sounds all right. Like right. Like it's just totally like I could tweak and EQ this shit until cows come home. But I'll just keep it simple. Also really quick, I'm just gonna show you like how to you can change pitch as well. So right next is so if I double click on this sample, it opens up this window, right? And there's this volume knob that we had touched before, but right next to it there's also this pitch knob, and you can pitch it up and down. I actually think that sounds a lot better. I didn't like think that would sound better. I just wanted to show you how that you could do that. But right, that's the magic because sometimes you try something and you're like, oh shit, that actually sounds alright. Is the brush tool you were using default? What's the command for that? That's a really good question. Yeah. So right here in this upper part of the playlist, there's this pencil, which is they call the draw, and then right next to it is paint. So if you have draw, then if I click and drag, this is me clicking, left clicking and dragging. It will sort of like place them individually and then you will put them where you want. If you click this one next to it, it's this paint and it will paint them in if I clicking and dragging. I pretty much only ever use the paint tool. I know some people prefer the draw tool. And by the way, these exact same tools exist in the piano roll as well for when you're drawing in notes. I almost always use the paint tool just because like it feels more natural to me. And it's like a lot easier to like if I want to drag out like a big long string of patterns, it's a lot easier to do that than like if you want to use a draw tool, then you need to just like individually click them out. But yeah, that's how you do that is up here. And there's like some other tools up here as well, like a mute, slip, slice you'll use sometimes, a lot actually. Select, zoom, but yeah, mainly these I pretty much always have a I use Logic, yeah. So yeah, like I was working with like Owen Blanchard one time, and he like was like, "What the fuck? I never use the paint tool," and I was just like, "What the fuck?" Because like the draw tool to me just like seems kind of like not like sort of counterintuitive. But yeah, so that's how you do that is up here. Yeah, we can make it lower also if you drag this other way. And this number right here, this 2, is the range of this knob. So right now it's 2, which means we can only go down to notes or up 2 notes. It calls them semitones. A semitone is a fancy word for a note, right? So if we're going down 2 semitones, we're going now down 2 notes. So we can like increase this range. So 12 semitones is 1 octave because there's 12 notes in an octave. So if I go down, that's like super low. That's down an octave from the original sample, or we can go up an octave. And now you're in like chipmunk territory, right? So I'm gonna stick with this 2 that we had just because I thought that sounded pretty good. And okay, so with our final 5 minutes, I'm probably gonna go over into my second hour a little bit, which is whatever. Just because I do want to show this mixer, some stuff with the mixer. So what you can do is if you might have noticed that if we go into our channel rack, there's this sort of like gray box next to each of these things that we've selected. Everything. So our kicks, our drums, our bass line that we made, and this little vocal sample that we just dragged in, right? And in these gray boxes, up until now, there's been these 3 little hyphens. But we can actually click and drag this and start to assign a number to this. And what this number is a slot in our mixer. And that probably sounds like garbage or like doesn't sound like anything. So I'm just going to show you what I mean. So I'm going to assign this weight sample to a 1. And if I close this, now this is that 3rd window I was talking about. So I'm going to close our playlist for now, close our piano roll for now. And this 4th button that we haven't touched yet, is the mixer. Which it has these two little. They look like what's that like thing from Stats, like the box and whisker graphs, like the two. You guys know what I'm talking about. But it's like two of those. So if you click on that, it opens up this, which is like, dude, if your roommates walk in and you have this screen open, they're gonna think you're cool, right? This is like the music producer, like this is what they have open. It makes you look like you're a studio, in the stew, right? This is the screen that you take pics of when you're posting on your Instagram story. This is the cool screen, but it's also the most intimidating because that's what makes it cool. So if I click play, so you'll notice that, there's all these numbers right here, right? That we can scroll. It goes up to like 125. So there's 125 possible slots that we have, and because we assigned that vocal sample to a 1 right here, it's now appearing in the 1 slot of our mixer. It's this little volume peak right here on our 1 is only peaking when that is hitting, right? So and this is sort of a place where we can sort of we can do a lot of things here in the mixer. This is sort of our like general overview of like how loud things are, what effects are being on things, which is what I'm going to get to in a second. And yeah, so actually, just for the sake of example, I'm going to also drag in, or I'm also going to assign all our drums to different things, which I'm just doing by clicking and dragging these. So now, you can see our song bouncing before our eyes, right? So now all of the elements that were in our song have been assigned to these different slots, and we can click on this green light to mute them. So this is me muting the kick, this is me muting the hi-hat, this is me muting the hi-hat and the vocal sample, this is me muting everything but the kick and snare, right? So this is a lot of stuff you can do here. But the main thing I want to show you is how to do effects, because that's the last thing I'm going to touch on in this beginner hour, is how to do effects. So when you have something in the mixer, you'll see that there's on the right side of your screen, there's these slot 1, slot 2, slot 3, slot 4, all the way up to slot 10. There's these 4 slots, right? And each one of these slots is a slot that you can put an effect in. So I'm going to put a effect on this vocal. And so if I click on this slot 1, you'll see all these different effects come up. Again, just like the synths earlier, there's going to be a lot of things in here that you don't have, just because I've gotten things, but I'm going to stick with the default FL Studio things. So I'm going to go down to Fruity Reverb 2, right here, which for being a default plugin, Fruity Reverb 2 is like insanely good. Like this reverb plugin is honestly like, it's like one of the best reverb plugins I've ever heard. So now if we click play, let's listen. What? Right? So if you don't know what reverb is, that is what reverb is. It is the sound effect of making you sound like you're in, it's not echo per se, but it is making you sound like you're in, it's reverberations, right? So it's emulating the reverberations that would happen if you were in, say, like a cathedral, right? Or if you screamed into a cathedral, it would be like, it's not like an echo, it's not like, echoing, but it's reverberating, as we say. And in this tiny little window that's opened up, this is our reverb 2. There's all these different options that you can choose. This wet knob is the amount of reverb that we have. This DEC right here, that's decay, which is essentially saying how long does it take for our reverb how long does our reverb last, right? So if I clap my hands in a cathedral, how long would I hear that sound for? How long would it take to decay off, right? So if I increase this, that's like a little bit longer. I can make this really long. Right. So this is all purely just taste at this point. Size is mechanic, like on a technical level, I'm not exactly sure what size does. It's just definitely just does change the character of the sound a little bit. Okay. We can add one more effect. What do we want to add? Something that's cool. We can add a chorus, fruity chorus. So this is essentially just like a. It makes it's kind of complicated what exactly it's doing on a technical level, but it's basically just makes it sound a little bit wider and makes it essentially what it's trying to do is essentially trying to make it sound like multiple people are saying it at once. So here, it's kind of trippy. This is what of chorus is one of those things where like within one chorus plugin you can get a lot of different sounds. Like chorus is very versatile in that like depending on how you change all these knobs, you can get a lot of like it can sound very different. So you can get a lot of different effects within this one little window, just based on what you do with it. And honestly, I don't actually use chorus a ton, so I'm not like an expert on like how to like craft the perfect chorus sound. But yeah. Also, last thing I'm just going to mention with the mixer, because this is sort of relatively important, is that this ordering, and this is a very FL Studio specific thing. I'm not sure exactly how it works in other softwares, but this ordering of here slot 1, slot 2, slot 3, slot 4, slot 5 is actually matters. You can actually think of this as being a chain. So the chorus will take in the original sound, apply the chorus, and then output the sound with a chorus. And then the reverb will take in the sample that has had the chorus applied because it comes in after the chain of chorus, and then apply reverb to that, and then output it. So if I actually, if you hover over one of these and scroll, you can change the order. So if I actually put the reverb before the chorus, you can't really tell a difference. But it is actually slightly making a difference because instead of like, it's essentially applying chorus to something with reverb on it as opposed to applying reverb to something with chorus on it, which is like a very technical thing. With reverb and chorus, these are these two effects kind of like coexist relatively well together, but you might find that in the future, as you start to get kind of like crazier with your effects chains, the order of them can really make a difference. Like if I want to do like X into Y, it might make a really big sound completely different if I do Y into X, right? So that's just something to think about as far as that goes. Which I guess is the same for most effects. Yeah. The terminology or that idea definitely does apply to all DAWs, but as far as just these slots, I'm not exactly sure how other DAWs structure it. Okay, so it is 2. I guess. Yeah, I think I'm gonna move on from the simple stuff. I can't really think of anything else that was like super important that I haven't talked about. But I'm going to grab a glass of water. As you can probably tell, my throat is giving me trouble, and I will be right back. Don't go anywhere. Okay, I definitely may have just changed my audio settings a little bit. So if it's like a little bit louder than it just was, let me know and I can fix it. But it shouldn't be too bad. Okay. Sorry, I just got vaccinated yesterday, and I always get sick when I get vaccinated, so I might be catching a little baby COVID is inside me. But yes, I'm now. This is sort of like gonna be from here on out, from 2 to 3. I'm kind of just gonna be doing less. Like it's gonna sort of just be me doing my thing. This is gonna be a little bit more higher level stuff. I'm gonna still do my best to try to like explain what I'm doing, but it's definitely gonna be more of just like a theoretical explanation as opposed to like a mechanical explanation. So yeah, let's get started. Does anyone have any like recommendations as far as like genre or like feeling that they want to see? Uh, Anything? Because I really have not. I planned the first hour. I planned the first hour, but I have not planned the second hour. Anyone? Want to see anything? Okay, I'm I'm definitely delayed from the chat, but let's just let's just do like we can do like some techno. I feel like I don't make techno that often, so this will like sort of like force my creative juices to get flowing a little bit. Let's see. Jack Withers type beat. I mean, it inevitably will be probably. Actually, no, I don't want to do techno. Let's do something slower. I always enjoy. I always enjoy. This will be techno will be too far out of my comfort zone for the stream. Unfortunately, I think, and I will definitely not make anything good. Um, let's see. Okay, so I think like usually I let's start with melody. Let's start with some melodies. What are your favorite genres? It's sort of like weird. Like you can actually, because like if you're working at like a BPM of like 130 or like 120, there's only really like one kind of like speed that your melody can be at. But like once if like your BPM starts dropping so low, like right now, like I'm like working like a 94 right now, you can actually like there starts to be a certain point that like your BPM gets so low that you can actually get away with like doubling the speed of your melody, because like if you had a double time melody at like a 130, it would just be way too fast. It'd be like way too many notes going off at the same time. But like if you have a speed of like 94, and like if I like double time this, like obviously that's still pretty fast, but like that at like 130 would have just been like ridiculous. So it's like sort of weird how there's like a certain threshold of BPM that like once you get to it, it's sort of like it starts to like double your potential speed that you can be at. It's kind of interesting. And I also just absolutely hate this melody. I don't even. Let's. I like I'm a big fan of like this sort of like top line is like aligned on the quarters, but this like lower line is like aligned on the triplets. Is more like triplet based. I really like the way that like layering these together sounds. Like not necessarily like I could like even just kind of like the movement that gives of having like the triplet D layer on top of like the more like more solidly rooted like on the quarter. I like that a lot. Also like a very kind of like easy, so like sometimes if you're like working like with melody writing, like you can sort of like hear it over and over and over so many times that you can kind of like you don't really even know what it sounds like anymore, right? Because you're so like you've heard it so many times. So if you do shift arrow key, shift up and down, it will shift the entire so first of all, command arrow key will shift it up by an octave, which is really useful for you know, that's just like mechanically useful. But also if you want to just like quickly see what your melody would sound like in a different key, you can use the shift keys. Right. So, but then like if you shift like, so it's like it basically just like lets you hear the same melody but in a different key. It's like a good way of sort of like seeing how this melody would sound if I had never heard it before. Obviously, not totally, doesn't totally work, but it's like a good way of because like in theory, right, if it's the same melody in a different key, like it shouldn't matter too much. So if you ever find that like your melody sounds really really good in the key that you've been working in the whole time, but changing it to a different key makes it sound like pretty bad, it might just be that your melody's not that great, and you've just become so engrossed in the key that you've been working in that you've kind of been like acclimated to it. So that's like a trick that I do a lot, is just kind of like quickly swapping a key just to see what it sounds like in a different key. Command B, by the way, is what I'm using to like double what I have. If you don't know. So very very basic like theory here. What I'm doing is essentially like this is one unit, this is the exact same unit, but I've, what is that, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. I'm not going to embarrass my theory knowledge on stream, but that's, so I'm working in F sharp is my root. So what is that? Is E the 7th? Is that the 7th that I'm jumping to? Someone in the chat who knows more than me probably can tell me. But like that jump to that E, that is like a good way of like creating a slight bit of tension, but not too much, before we jump back to this like repetition of the unit, right? And then this this third and this first are identical, exact same thing. Good way of just like establishing repetition. And then at the end, is like kind of just like a walk back down to our root at the end of F sharp. And I think you can usually get away with ending on the root if you don't also start on the root. Like here, I start on this C sharp, which is the 5th. I'm pretty sure it's the 5th. So if I had like also started my melody on the root, I might not want to also end. Like I could like maybe end on the 5th, or like the 3rd, and then return to the root at the beginning. In this case, I'm starting on the 5th. So ending on the root is like, usually you don't want to like start on root and end on root also. In my opinion, it just kind of like sounds like kind of cheesy in my opinion. But that's just obviously a preference. Dope. Pro tip, if you click this track button, this underneath the mixer thing, it will automatically put it in a mixer track for you, and it will name it for you, and it will color it for you. So very, very good. So I don't usually do this that much, what I'm about to do, but I think I'm gonna do it just here, just because like the melody that I have written out right now is kind of complex. But essentially what I'm doing is I'm basically using the sampler as just like some ghost notes, because I'm gonna write another layer of melody. So if I play this, like nothing's gonna play because there's something in the sampler. But essentially what this is doing is it's just letting me like, so now when I add another instrument and I go into I'm just I'm trying to like work as quickly as possible also, so I'm trying to like just like use presets that I just know and love and I just like I'm used to. So that's why I'm just like know exactly what I'm going for. But so now when I write in this, obviously this has nothing in it, but it lets me see these ghost transparent notes of the melody that we've already written, so it kind of makes it a little bit easier to write this counter melody. Yeah. So yeah, so because this first melody that we wrote is starting on the 5th, I think with this counter we're gonna start on the root. We'll just kind of like give our melody a little bit more kind of structure. And especially because just this guitar synth that I'm using is like very it's a lot like that first synth, that soft synth we were using is very kind of like airy, especially because we put the reverb on it anyway. And this guitar synth has a little bit more like body to it, so it's I think like something that has like so much like it will kind of like ground our melody a little bit more than the other one will, just by nature of its sound character. And so I guess it will make more sense to kind of like do starting on the root with this one will make a little bit more sense. It will just kind of like make our melody feel a little bit safer. Sick. Okay. Did I have the kick already? I think I did actually. I literally discovered a snare like yesterday when I was like like pseudo scripting this stream. I was like going through where was it? I think it was this like it's like this like default 808 snare. Yeah, this. Like this snare is actually kind of hard, and it's just like in the fucking It's all right. I don't know if I want to use it for this though. I like to like contrast my like I usually will end up like just inevitably by nature of me being me, like my melodies will usually be very like pretty, and like like atmospheric in a way. You can already see I've already like drenched both of these in reverb. So usually I will like make my percussion like very dry and like snappy to sort of like contrast that. That's like a sound that I really like, or that just like a vibe that I really like. And I think like Sophie's sample pack is like this. These are just some of like my favorite sounds I've ever used. I'm gonna not try to avoid those though. I probably will end up using one eventually, but this is cute. Yeah, I like that. Just gonna shorten this a little bit to kind of like, again, keep it kind of snappy like I was saying. I think like in general, I think like your melodies should always, so like if you're thinking about your songs in terms of like units of time, and obviously all this like theory, kind of like beat theory that I'm saying is like very specifically applies to like just this specific kind of like genre of like wave beat making. Typically I like to kind of keep my melodies to sort of like, your melodies should always be the shortest like unit, if that makes sense. So like obviously like this kick snare loop like repeats every bar, or like every whatever you want to call this, like that's an exception. But like for these toms that I'm adding, I originally had it just be like this that repeated, but usually because the melody doesn't repeat it as often, it takes these like, you know, whatever 4 measures or bars or whatever to repeat. I also kind of want to make sure that my toms take at least that long to repeat, because like as a human ear will listen for the melody, if anything is kind of like outpacing the melody, it might start to sound a little bit like cheesy, I guess, or like you would notice very quickly the pattern of the toms. And typically like you don't, ideally like you don't want to notice the drum pattern as much as you just kind of want to feel it. So that's why I kind of like extended this drum pattern to be as long as the melody, and I could honestly make it even longer. Like if I added more shit out here, I might like make the tom pattern even more like unique beyond there. But and obviously that is not a hard and fast rule, but I'm gonna add some kick tops, which isn't something I do necessarily all the time, but I think in a beat as slow as this, it's like it can work because like, let's see. I'm mainly just looking for a kick that has like an interesting high character, like above like 400. This could work. Honestly, separating my kicks, well, not so much separating, but like adding kick tops to like my beats is like one of the best habits I think I've ever gotten into. It just like really makes, it really just lets you do more interesting stuff. Oh god, I fucked this up. Okay. It lets you do a lot more interesting stuff with your kicks without necessarily like losing like, you know, without your mix having to sacrifice your mix in the process. So basically just what I'm doing is I'm just cutting this out of the sub, and this will play. Generally, when you're doing kick tops, I think in general you don't have to have a kick top play on every kick bottom, but you definitely should have a kick bottom play on every kick top. Like you don't never really want to have a kick top by itself, I think, because as soon as you do that, it will sort of tune the listener into like the fact that these are two very different sounds, which ideally we want to maintain the illusion that these are both part of the kick drum. Yeah, like that's fine. There's just one kick right here that doesn't have a kick top on it, but that's fine because there's also this tom playing here also at the same time, on that same hit. So I think that should be kosher. And now that we've made this top, we can do all kinds of crazy shit to it. Go crazy with effects on it. Like I like to do a lot of stereo processing to my kick tops, but like if you did this to just the kick, you would start getting some weird phasing issues with the sub frequencies on your kick. So that's what like separating this kick top out kind of like lets us do crazier things than we would normally be able to. Like if you're listening on headphones right now, you can definitely like this is a very interesting like, and honestly like this is like a really big part of my sound is stereo processing the percussion like this. Like this, it just gives the kick such like a nice, clean, kind of little like puffy, little snap to it, and it really helps it cut through the mix. And I've literally not touched the actual kick sample at all, right? But our ear is hearing this kick top as being the kick, as being the same sound. So it's honestly it's like a cheat code. Like if you're not doing this in 2021, like, damn, you a fool. No, I'm kidding. But like it's really cool. And that could go crazy. Like if you wanted to like put reverb on the kick top, you could, and you could like automate the reverb, like all kinds of crazy shit you can do. All while maintaining the very clean, you know, neutral character of our original kick sample. So I love that. I love doing this, like automating reverb on the snare. So it's just like because it's like it's crazy, right? Like in real life, if you're in a chamber and if you're in a room, like the room is not changing size, right? So like there's never in any real life situation would you ever be in a room like your reverb be changing, but like because we're in a fucking computer and we can do crazy, we can literally break the like we can change the laws of physics, and because our human ears have been trained to only be in real spaces, doing shit like this where we're changing the reverb amount like over the course of a bar, you're changing like it just gives such like an alien character that I love because it's just like because this would not be, you would never hear this in real life, right? That's just not possible. So it's just like awesome. And again, it kind of like doing that kind of reverb automation, it kind of like, it matches the airiness of the melody, right? It matches, it sort of like is in agreement with like how spacious and airy the melody is. But also at the same time, because it's only like that reverb is only hitting on one single snare in the measure, it's like we still maintain that like clean, kind of like snappy feeling of the snare that I was talking about earlier that I really like. So it's like best of both worlds, in my opinion. Yeah, I like sounds like this that they almost sound like they're like clipped, like they're just like weirdly unnaturally short. Like I feel like something about this feels like it should be longer, like have more like a tail to it, but it just doesn't. And I just love shit like that. Like it's like very kind of just like glitchy. It's like glitchy but not glitchy. If that makes sense. Also, this is like, it's interesting because it's like this hat is very like soft. But it also, like I was saying, it has that like clipped nature, so it's kind of a cool like combo. What did you use for the kick top? Yeah, so this kick top, let me play you the original sample. So this is the original sample, which is, sorry. It's this 119. Hopefully you can read that. So this is the original sample, which like already from the get-go has like a lot going on, right? It's like obviously a very like dirty sample. I mainly was just looking for something that had some like interesting character above like 600, 500 hertz. Something that had like, obviously like a kick that like all the interesting stuff, if all the interesting stuff of your kick sample is happening below that mark, like it's not going to make a good top, right? Because like that's going to be cut out anyway. But yeah, so I would say the most important part of topping your kick is starting with a good sample. And then I literally just cut, oh, I actually didn't cut as high as I guess I thought I did. I guess I cut at like 300, not the sharpest. I give it a slight boost at the top, and then I this is a plugin called Vocal Doubler, which is free, which is sort of like a chorus, but like only with two voices, and you can basically just change how separated they are and how like varied in time they are, and I made it so that it was wet only, so there's no center signal at all, and then I just hit that on top of the kick, and the body of the kick kind of like meshes really well, in my opinion, with this top kick, and it gives it a nice kind of like puffy little vibe. Yeah, of course. So yeah, so at this point, I think like I'm thinking like I'm thinking like I want to add some chords, something kind of like a little bit like slower in that, like obviously like more static. But it is, I'm already kind of like guessing that this is going to be kind of difficult just because of like the frequency range of this melody is already like very like much sitting like in that bottom kind of like warm range. So we'll see. Maybe I'll be able to fit some chords into the mix, but no promises. Let's see. I'm gonna try not to use Diva that much just because I feel like most people probably don't have Diva. Also, Diva is just like very confusing, even for like literally I don't even know what the fuck's going on in Diva half the time. Like I will never. I only if I'm using Diva, I'm only using the presets. I'm not even gonna try and touch Diva like from scratch. That's just crazy. Let's see. There's like some strings in this pack that I think are alright. Which, by the way, if you want this sample pack, you can get it in the Memco drive. It's in the Memco drive. If you want this Serum, sorry, not sample pack, preset pack. This Serum, this ESW, which is what this sound is from. Which is like literally one of my favorite Serum presets of all time. It's in the drive, so you should check it out. No. Let's just make something. Let's just make something. Actually, wait, no. Okay, let me do some bass. Like, I just realized that this has no bass. Let's do bass first. Which I guess I can just use the same patch for. I pretty much like when I'm like doing like just like a sine 808 like this, I usually tend to like the general rule of thumb that I like that pretty much literally every beat maker in the world follows, and that I also generally follow, is that I will only usually put an 808 on all like hit where there's also a kick hit. Like I would never have like a 808 hit on like a snare. That's just what I've done for years. At this point, like it's just like the sound that I like. But obviously like there's no rules. But that's just really what I follow. It's like you can see like all of these 808 hits. Now, I don't necessarily put an 808 hit on every kick hit, but on every 808 hit there is a kick hit. That makes sense. So there are kicks without 808s, but there are not 808s without kicks. In general, is the rule that I follow. Yeah, I'm still like kind of on the fence about this hi-hat, honestly. I'm not, and it's weird because it's like I don't know if it's like if do I not like the sample, or do I not just like the pattern that I made? It's kind of hard to like, I don't really know. think I'm leaning on the side that I want something a little bit more like neutral. I think this hi-hat was suffering from that. Show us how to do some hi-hat rolls. Oh, I will absolutely. I'm thinking this hi-hat was suffering from the same problem that I think the toms were earlier when I was saying kind of like you don't really want your hi-hat, you don't really want anything to have a shorter looping time than your melody, because I think that these hi-hats were like, they were literally just like one measure repeating, and it started to be very kind of like noticeable and kind of like cheesy. So I'm changing the sample, but I'm also going to lengthen the time of the or the length of the pattern, so that we have some more kind of like interesting progression over the course of the measure. So yeah, so Chris says how to do some hi-hat rolls. There's like a couple ways you can do them. One way is you can change like your magnet size to be something smaller and then click them in, which will definitely give you more like precision and more control exactly like how many hi-hats you're getting. So like this is one way you can do it. Right. Honestly, that sounds pretty good. And honestly, I might just stick with that. But I will show you really quickly the other way you can do it. Is if you click and then like drag this to be longer, and then select it, do Command U if you're on Mac, Control U probably if you're on PC. We'll do that for you, and it will do it for you like automatically, like it won't even give you like a prompt. But if you select it and then you go into this wrench and you go into tools and you go into chop. Oh wait, shit, Option U. I just learned something. Okay, if you do Option U instead of Command U, it will actually open this window for you, and you can actually change the time. If you see how like as I'm turning this wheel, it like it subdivides it differently, right? So Option U is probably your go-to. PC, I don't know what your equivalent to the Option key is. Sorry, but and I think that this like this hi-hat roll works really, really well here because it's followed immediately by that like reverby snare hit, right? So it's kind of like like this hi-hat roll like creates like tension, like, and then it's like immediately released by the snare hit, I think. So I think that works really well. In fact, I might even like continue this just a little. No, I think I actually like how I had it before with these two removed. Yeah, I like that better. And then a lot of things, something a lot of people will do was like on the hi-hat roll, they might like actually like increase the pitch on these. Right. Which like it's a cool sound for sure. And in fact, like a lot of people will like even just kind of like randomly kind of pitch these throughout. And this is like a very like trap like signature sound. And then another thing people might do is they might change the panning. If you don't know, you can change like this little kind of like sub bottom window in the piano roll. You can change what you're looking at. Right now it's velocity, but I can change it to be like pan or whatever. So sometimes people might, I'm gonna leave these mostly kind of down the center, but I might like on this roll I could do something like cool like this. Right, which like so it kind of like runs across. I honestly am not a huge fan of doing that. I would rather like at least not on the rolls. Actually here, I say I'm not a fan, but that really is just a code word for me saying I don't do it usually, which doesn't mean necessarily I don't like it. Maybe it just means I don't do it. Actually, wait, no, that sounds good as fuck. Okay, never mind. Yeah. So definitely like you could like you could like get so into the weeds with like how your each single hit is different. So there's a lot of shit you could do. Okay, we have 8 minutes left. I think I'm going to kind of just call it. I'm gonna just kind of show, I guess, like a couple of quick like, just like kind of like my mastering process. I guess I can kind of run through that. This is obviously like not mixed, so it's kind of gonna be hard to do like a master. But yeah, so usually my chain is pretty big. Like it doesn't really change that much based on the track. I usually will do, and I also don't have my hard drive with all of like my wave plugins is at a is not with me right now, so I don't have all like my top of the line of like plugins or anything. So I'm just gonna use, I do have like these ozone plugins, which are honestly are fine. But I use this a lot. This is called Span. It's like a spectro analyzer. It's just like a really good, quick, just like visual tool of telling like how your mix is doing. And like over time, you'll just kind of like learn like what shapes are good. So right here, I can tell like right around like this peak around like 270 is like a little bit high. So I know exactly what, and this is the beauty of mastering in the same project file that you're. Like this is the beauty of mastering without bouncing, is that like instead of like having to EQ the master, when I see that peak, I can literally just go into the instrument that I know is in that range and EQ it instead, which gives you a lot more kind of like a natural. Also, like, you can see like our high end is pretty low. Yeah, you could probably get away with boosting up the hats a little bit in this mix that we have right now. Like, I must honestly, like, I don't love like super bright hats. Like, I would rather like my high like character come from other things. Obviously, like this track doesn't have like any like bright like supercells or anything that like can like fill up that range. Actually, let me put on some noise. I love putting white noise in my beats. It's like it's sort of like it does the job of an open hi-hat, but it's like a lot more like alien sounding. I just love like Serum just has like fantastic built default noises. Okay, really one last thing I'm just gonna show you, just like I always like to throw on an imager, just like make sure that everything below 120 is, unless you like really are doing some interesting stuff with your like kick stereo processing, usually everything below like 120 you want it to be pretty much mono. You can try widening the top if you want. This really starts to get into like the genre also, is like a lot of time like rap beats will have like very, very narrow images, just so like the vocals are just much more like the focus as opposed to the beat. But yeah, that's where wraps up my time. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. I hope you guys learned something. You guys had fun. Nathan, I think, is coming on after me. But yeah, that was fun. I will now surrender my slot. Thanks so much for tuning in, and give it up for Nathan, I believe. So yeah, thank you. Bye.
Woof. I'm here. What? Oh, I heard something. Okay, we good? Okay. All right, folks. Whoever's out there, thanks for tuning in. So, today I'm going to be talking about Ableton Live and why I think it's such a great product. And not to be a fanboy about it, I'm also going to talk about the limitations a little bit and where I think it's best used, how it's best used, and I'm going to go through my workflow a little bit, and I'm going to talk about then a couple tracks, maybe one or two tracks that I am currently working on, and just kind of break down how I've been doing stuff recently, where I'm at with the methods I use to produce my tracks, and anything else that pops into my brain. So Ableton Live is basically a music creation software. It's made by a company called Ableton, based in Berlin, started in the early 2000s. The need for this product came about when a couple dudes were, making computer music using their Max MSP, which is a visual coding language. It's a visual music software computer language type thing. And they said, let's make a software loosely based on the Max patches that we use in our own creations. And out of that came Ableton Live. So as is pretty clear from the name, Live is a software that very much shines when it is used as a live instrument and when it is used as an instrument that one can play live. However, it's not often used that way because that's just hard. It's just difficult to get all that working in a way that really works. Not only is it technically challenging, it's also intellectually challenging because, you have to have a developed system. You have to know what you want to do. You have to have the hardware or the technical finesse with your computer keyboard and mouse to get it all working and play it and get it working in situations that you're playing a live show, right? So that is just to say that you just got to have a lot of things straight in your brain to get it to work right. And since that's a pretty complicated thing, I'm not really going to touch on that much except for a little bit, a couple notes here and there. And we're going to look more today at really just the basics of Live. So when you open it up, what the heck's going on? What the heck does everything do? How do you get started, right? So this is literally just intro to Live, getting started. So just as an example of what a project might look like, this is a track that I have been working on recently. And this definitely highlights one way in which you can use Ableton, which is a way that a lot of people use it. I would say it's probably the most oftenly used configuration of Live. Not that I have statistics on it or anything, but it's kind of the easiest way. It's the way that's most similar to other DAWs. And it's pretty intuitive, and it just makes sense. And yeah, it's like if you're comparing DAWs, like this is the view you're going to be comparing to FL Studio, to Logic, I guess, but Logic's kind of a different beast. And so this is arrangement view, right? So there's multiple views within Live, and this is arrangement view, and it's so called because you see it's on the time axis, and then you got all your tracks. So that is the arrangement of the piece, right? So every individual track here is a sound source that plays sounds, and it can have devices here that alter the sound with either your classic mixing tools like EQs and multiband compression, and EQ, compression, delay, effects, reverb, all this stuff to design the sound that you want. So there's two types of these tracks, and I think this is an important. It looks like this is I think this is an important thing in Ableton, where there's two types of tracks that make that make sounds. There's two sources, right? So there's MIDI and there's audio. And I think I maybe heard it in an interview, maybe not. Or maybe I'm just talking out of my butt. But I think that the creators were trying to make using audio and MIDI at the same time a rather cohesive process. And so these are all audio, but let's open this up and see where, oh, this is MIDI too. But you see, so these two are audio tracks, so Subi and Beep Beep Beep. So you can see, like, you know, this is the waveform here, right? This is the waveform that's playing back. But right next to those, like, what the heck is this, man? What the heck's going on here? So these two, this operator here and the beep beep beep, these are MIDI tracks. And these little bars here, similar to what Jack was talking about with the, you know, the bars, piano roll. These are notes on the piano roll. So I'm going to go into this MIDI clip here, and you can see that. So here's our piano roll. You can see the notes: B, A sharp, A, G sharp, G. These are all the notes that are going to be played, right? So this is MIDI data. So MIDI just sends information about a couple different characteristics of a sound. So the pitch, the intensity, etc. Not too much info. But then you need a device that's going to take that MIDI data and use it and play it back in sound. So this is a sampler that I've loaded this waveform into it, and then I play it back with using the MIDI data that I input. So let's take a listen to that. So right, so you can see the chords here that are being played back, and I'm just going to turn all these effects off right now, just so we can understand what's going on. Goodness gracious, I am thirsty. So we've got our sound source here, our sampler, and that's what it sounds like. I just turned that way up. I don't know if it got turned up for you, but this is what it sounds like originally. And then, so in the process of the creation of the song, right? Okay, this is not exactly what I want it to sound like. So let's, go back, unsolo it. Like, all right, I can barely hear that. So let's do some work on it. So we'll throw up an EQ to get it sounding in the range that I want it in. So I'm taking out this, this is around 4,000, ducking that down, ducking this low end off, because there's really very little information there, and no information that I want, because I want it to sit, around this 500 to 2K range. And then we're going to put a compressor on it, which is just doing just a tiny little bit, just reducing the dynamics a little bit. And then we're throwing on our audio effect rack, and this is our spatial stuff. So we've got an echo and a reverb. And this is where Ableton Live gets really very cool. So I hope that we can see this thing that I have selected. This is an audio effect rack. So within Live, there's audio effects. You can put on MIDI and audio channels to affect the audio, right? Or affect the, in both cases it's audio, but one's being played back and the other is being synthesized. So I wanted these effects, right? I wanted to have an echo and a reverb on them. So here's the sound again. And I wanted this echo. See, right now there's actually no echo going on. There's a little bit of reverb, but I just like the way that this thing sounds when we have this input here, this input gain here. I like how it drives it. It's just a nice, pretty way. And then I was listening to this within the mix, and I'm thinking okay, that's kind of too direct. We want this to sound a little different. I want it to sound as if it's more out there in the space and less directly in it. So we're going to throw a reverb on it. And if you guys at any point have any questions, I'm going to keep my eye on the chat and I will answer them. So give me just a second and I'll pull that up. All right. Now we got eyes on the chat. Let's get that out of here. Here's where it can get really cool is that it's in the functionality. Just looking at this chat right here. Okay, all right, got the chat rolling. And let's get back to this. How do you make a rack? Okay, so are super duper easy. And there's two types. There's instrument racks and there's audio effect racks. And they're basically the same thing, right? They're just a collection of elements. And I think the most important thing about, or I don't know, not most important, but I think the coolest thing about making a rack is the fact that you get these macro knobs, you get these macro controls here. So we're going to go into our audio effects, and then it's literally right there. Audio effect rack, you just drag it down, and then you drop your audio effects in. So we're going to delete that here. So imagine I drag that down, and then I just had the echo and the reverb, just threw them right in there. And I wanted to do this rack because I wanted to have these macro controls here. I think this is the coolest thing about it, where it just opens up a level of flexibility that you don't often get with other DAWs. And so imagine that you've got a MIDI controller, right? And you've got like some knobs and some pads and some buttons, whatever. So say we've got this rolling here, right? And I'm in a live show and I want to alter this. So I'm going to just briefly hit Control M, and all of the things that just went blue here, these are all things that you can map to a hardware controller. So I would click on my decay. I renamed it Decay Wash because I wanted it to be representative of what the effect actually does. And then I could turn a knob and it would be linked to this and I could do it. So this is what, we're just going to turn this up just so you can listen to it. And you can see when you go to map that it turns green here. So this decay wash here is linked to decay time right here. So watch this value right here, this decay time value, when I turn up this wash. See that? It's going up. So instead of, you could have a rack with like, whatever, 13 friggin' plugins in there, or 13 effects. And you don't want to scroll through the whole thing. You just want to have your thing right there. So we can actually, what's really cool is that if you got a massive rack, you can just minimize those. And then if you remember what you've got, you got all your knobs right there. So we got dry wet for our reverb delay time. So this is, these are just little effects that I put on this MIDI channel that I want, that I'll then later automate to spice up the track. So you could almost imagine these as if you've got, a synthesizer, like, I don't know if it's so good. Anyways, if you got a synthesizer, like, you've got all your knobs on it and you want to turn those knobs, well, that's what these are. That's what these macro knobs are. So like, I'm going to throw up the feedback, throw it up to like just below 100. And then this could be like a transition. So like, you know, do some wacky, crazy stuff here. Let it get settled. You see what I mean? So you can do some really cool stuff. And if you wanted to, let's just throw in. Let's just demonstrate the instrument rack. So we're going to go into our instruments, and we're going to grab an instrument rack. Boom. So you can see. Let's grab an audio effect rack just for contrast. So you can see that the instrument rack says drop an instrument or sample here, and the audio effect rack says drop an audio effect here, fittingly. So we go into our instruments, and these are all things that we could drop into there, or any of your plugins, any of the plugins that are VSTs, any plugins that are virtual instruments, you can throw straight in. Yeah, the Push is super friggin' sick because it's a product designed by Ableton to be a perfect hardware integration into Ableton Live. It's, you know, they are very, very cool, very well integrated into Live. And I think, you know, actually Ableton has videos on YouTube, etc., that are Push performances. I mean, you got so many videos everywhere of just demonstrations of Push and how powerful it really can be. It's pretty sick. It's pretty cool, dude, if you ask me. So let's move on to some other views here. Unless you guys want me to go further in depth into these instrument racks. Actually, yeah, we'll take a quick little look at another rack, which is a really cool application of racks. It takes a little bit of thinking, takes a little bit of getting used to, but once you have got it, it can make your patches just like way more intricate, way more involved, way more specific as to what you want to do. And because they're more specific, they can just be way more powerful. So let's hop over into here. So here we got an audio effect rack, and this is I don't even know what's going on here. What do we got going on here? So this is an audio sample. This is an audio sample that I have dragged in to this clip here. It's just let's take a listen to it. Yeah, so that's acting as like my open hat sample. So yeah, sorry if we're getting these weird windows. It's just, I think it's just a way that my booter is defaulting. So yeah, drum racks are huge, dog. Like they're crazy, the amount of things you can do. I'll touch on drum racks in a second because they are just as deep and just as helpful as the other ones. So here's what's going on with this audio effect rack. I'm gonna minimize this real quick, see if that makes any difference. Oh darn. So, oh heck. Within audio effect racks, there's this other button here that's your chains, right? So we got your knobs, your chain, and the view of all your plugins. So that's how you can just hide all of them. It's just this little button right here. So what I wanted to do with this effect, let's play this, is I wanted to do some different processing on the mid channel, the mid information versus the side information. And that's basically like the mid channel. So it has something to do with like the difference between what each channel plays. And so it won't work in mono. It's a stereo only thing. It's like, The mids are like the difference of the two, and the mid is the sum of the two, and the sides are the difference of the two. It's you don't really need to know the specifics for it to be able to make things that sound cool. So what I wanted to do, and just to demonstrate that, we can, I don't know if this is going to be in stereo for the stream, but we can just solo these other two. Right, so here's what's going on the side, and here's what's going on in the mid. So it's the same sample, but I wanted the mid and the side to be processed differently. So on the mid here, we've got an EQ and an echo and a mid only. So it's mostly mid. It's not completely mid, but it's 75 mid, and then an erosion just to add some high frequency information back into it. And so then I've got these macros here that are controlling the different things. So I've got side feedback, mid input gain, side input gain, amount, and drive. So I don't remember what amount and drive are. Oh yeah, they are. So amount is the amount on this auto pan, which I'm using as a side chain. Basically as a side chain, it's a ducker actually. So just to open up some room at the, or not to open up some room, but to give it movement so that it sounds like a 16th note percussion thing. And then the drive just to get a little louder, or a little quieter. And so we've got, so they were totally dry there. And then we throw back a lot of feedback. And that's just a totally different layer there. You know, use that for a transition, use that for a build, etc., etc. We got our gain here. So, you know, throw those up, bring them back down, and then, you know, I haven't done barely any arrangement on this, but we can just, that's just how it works sometimes. All right, so let's talk about a drum rack now. So drum racks are friggin' sick. It makes doing complicated drums a lot easier, just straight up so much easier, because it allows you to basically just combine all the sounds you want to do into one little teensy little device. So I'm just gonna grab a drum rack and throw that one right there, yeah? So this drum rack, yeah? We've got the macros, we got the chains, and we've got the instrument or sample window here, and then you could throw it in an audio effect. Okay, getting some notes. Right, all right, so these are basically, you can see that they've got the notes on them, right? And if we're gonna go, so that corresponds to the piano roll. And it's kind of confusing because it's like, oh, it's a piano roll, but it's not actually, it is a piano roll, but it doesn't correspond to the 12-tone notes of a piano. Now it can if you want to do it like that, but here's what we're gonna do, just for explanation's sake. This is sort of Ableton's version of the sampler thing, the pattern generator thing in FL. So I'm gonna grab some percussion. Let's just grab. See, these are all just samples that I've made. So we'll grab a kick. And I'll grab, I don't really have a ton of samples. I'm just gonna grab some of these, right? Boom. And we can grab something else from wherever the heck we want. Just kind of sounds. Nah. So this is, field recording that I've dropped into Ableton and I'm cutting samples out of. So, okay, I'll pull up over here. Got some things that I cut out. That's my engine, by the way. So I'll take that one and throw it in there, just for demonstration purposes. Now that we got 3 little samples in there, we're gonna go into our MIDI clip, and you see now that we've thrown the samples in there, it kind of makes a little bit more sense. So we've got the 3 samples that we have in there. Can we get noise, please? There we go. So you've got your grid here, 1, 1.2, 1.3, 1.4. So those are bars. So this is 1 bar, this is 2 bars, 3 bars, 4 bars, and you see got all that information here. So the length is 3 bars because it ends here at 3. So that's the start of 4 there. And that corresponds to the length in the arrangement that we did. So it starts here at 85 and goes to 88. That's 3 bars. If I were to remember exactly how to do that. But so see how I just dragged it out there. And because I had the loop length set to 3 bars, it started to repeat that instead of extend the length. So you can see those little black marks right there at the top. That just indicates the end of the bar and the start of the repeat of that section. So if you want to increase it, you got to go into the clip itself. So select the clip, click on the clip, not just the channel, because the channel will just give you the processing and stuff. You got to select the individual clip and then change the length here to 4 bars. And that, here, we'll do that again. So we have it at 3, then you can see it's right there. And we'll extend this out a little bit just so you can see the end of 3. And then we will go and change it to 4 bars, and you can see the repeat marker has moved out to 4 bars there from 85 to 89. So 4 bars is fine. And all you got to think about is like, how much do I want this to repeat? How much does it matter? You can do any length. I mean, you could do 1 bar, you can do 2, 4, 6, 8, 3, 6, 9. It literally doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You can do whatever the heck you want. So what's going on here? We see that these are just flying by. So simple little drum loop, bubba booey. We're just gonna do 1 bar because we don't really need to do anything more than that. It's pretty clear what's going on here. So and we just drag them around. So again, this is the time axis and this is the instrument axis? I don't know. But this is, each of these is the duration of the hit. So you can hear that one gets cut off. You extend it and you can select things together, and then once you have them selected, whatever you do to one of them will do to all of the ones that are selected. So see how the length is changing there on all of them? Or I can move them around and they're moving around. It works in that way too, where you can move the sounds to a different. Cool, eh? So now let's mess with this one. So I'm going to press Control D to duplicate this selected note. Sounds alright. Not gonna lie, doesn't sound the best, but it's whatever. We can go into every individual clip in here, right? So now we're taking a look. Here's the waveform for the kick. Here's the waveform for the hat. Here's the waveform for the sample. And what we can do with this is move move this around. So we're going to set it to loop. And then we can move this around. So now you hear it's playing from a different place. But because there's already a specified playback time for every one, which is quarter of a bar, you see this red bar, this playback indicator is only getting so far. It's only getting to what is the equivalent of a quarter bar. So, but if you move it closer, then it's going to repeat more times. And this is what gets really cool, is if you shorten it down high enough, it'll repeat so many times that it'll start making a tone. So we're just shortening the clip length here. And we hear the cycles per second is going up. Pretty friggin' nifty. And because so this is the waveform that you have. So we could then, so what, I don't know, whatever hertz range this is, probably like 300 or something. But we could then, I don't know if we can select both of them at the same time, but we can move this then around to change the waveform. So say we want actually like this funky looking crazy little thing. We're gonna move that over there and then move it back down. And now that's a totally different timbre. And it's all just from changing the waveform. So let's grab one of these like percussive looking things. Oh yeah. That's funny. So okay, so that's my door slamming. And we're gonna zoom in real friggin' close. But see, it only starts to make a difference once we get into quarter note territory. Now it's going more times. There's halftime. So that's, you can hear that it's like, you know, it's an eighth note now. And that's because this clip length must be the duration of an eighth note. So we're gonna move that, we're gonna keep going with that. There's a 16th. And now we start to get into our oscillation range. By the way, I'm holding control and rotating my mouse wheel to change this zoom. So you can do that on anything that is able to zoom. And if you do Alt, if you hold Alt instead of, this is on PC by the way, and Alt will do a vertical zoom. See, this doesn't have a vertical zoom, but it does have a horizontal zoom. So we're gonna move that in. Cool, cool. And so this is the simpler. This device here is simpler. And it, I mean, this is like one of the most fundamental building blocks parts of Ableton. It's just such a useful tool because see how this is a playback mode where we got classic. So now we got one shot. So instead of playing back classically, instead of just continuing to play back and doing that oscillation, now it's just a one shot. So now it's just repeating one time. Doesn't matter. It's just a one shot. Slice mode, I'm not very experienced with slice mode, so I can't really give a good explanation to it, but play around with it. That's the thing about Ableton. Just play around with it. You'll get some cool stuff. Like, you will get cool things if you just play around with it. And so within each of these things, we're going to put it back on classic mode. Like every single different time value is going to give you a slightly different rhythm. So that's like a 16th note swing. Or no, a 6/8 swing. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. And then within this clip, and just in case you've forgotten, I can select every single different clip that is playing back. You got all these friggin' controls, man. There's all of them. You can do so much stuff with this. So we got a filter here, right? So say I want this to be filtered. Very friggin' cool. There's different types. I usually just use clean. Or you can do this one. Do a high pass. Do a band pass. 12 dB or 24 dB per octave. There's just, yeah, man. There's a lot of different ones. See, we can get all this stuff going on here. There's a visual representation of it, by the way. So that's just by tabbing over from sample to controls. This is just right there. It's just a visual representation right there. And there's, so you can do the envelope. You need to filter envelope for each of these. So let's go back to frequency. We're going back to high pass. Actually, let's go to band pass. We're going to turn this resonance down, turn the slope up. Pull that up. Oh, auto cue is on, that's annoying. There you go, the envelope. Alright, you can do a lot of cool stuff with this. We're not getting the coolest results. Doesn't matter. We'll move on. So within the controls here, you've also got an LFO. So it's kind of like, what the heck? Like, okay, LFO, but LFO for what? So LFO stands for low frequency oscillator, and it's basically just an automatic control parameter. It's a modulation source, basically, and that just means, so modulation is the editing of a given parameter in a time-dependent manner. So we got our LFO here, and there's different things to which we can send it. So let's send it to volume, and this is going to produce a tremolo effect. Sort of. We're going to turn those up. Send to pitch. That's sending 55% of its strength to in a 1/8 note time to this. So I wonder if we can see it anywhere. Nope, you just got to hear it. We can all hear that, right? And if you then speed up the hertz, and then we change the pitch, if we get this into audible range, once we get above 20 hertz, you can actually hear it start to modulate the frequency. See how that's a slightly different frequency than if we go down into the audible range. So that's a totally different percussion pattern. That's a totally different percussion pattern. That's a totally different percussion pattern. Like, this should just be so cool. There's so much stuff that you can do with it. It's crazy. And if you want some easy rhythmic variations on this, you just change it to time sync mode. You can change the mode too. We can go square, we can go triangle, we can go sawtooth, we can go reverse sawtooth, we can go random. That's kind of cool. Or kind of wacky. I don't know if I would use that often, but that's pretty cool. No cap. And we do pitch envelope, which allows you to You can turn up the pitch. Transpose it by a given number of half steps, or in this case it's ST, which is semitones. You can detune it, so that's in cents then. That's in like hundredths of a semitone, or hundredths of a tone. And then you got your volume. And this is where you can do your gain staging. So instead of like messing with this volume fader or like a gain knob out here, this is the sound where this is the point where the sound originates. So you can go into the sample and just turn it down, turn it up, turn it down. No problem. No problem. So that's where you can set the balance of your different percussions. And right, so that this kick sound, right? Let's think about this kick sound for a little bit. Is that very full? No. Is that very textured? No. So what we're gonna do is grab another one. Grab another kick. No problem. So I'll grab this one, throw it in it. And then, okay, well, why not playing? Well, it's not playing because there's nothing on there. So this is our kick there, right? There's our kick. We got our pattern already. So I'm just gonna, we got all of them selected. I selected them by pressing on this. See how that selects all those? So I'm gonna select all of them, hold Control, grab it, and drag it up to make a copy. You can see how next to my mouse, well, maybe you can't see it, but there's a little icon that indicates that it will be duplicated. So I'm just gonna drag these out a bit. So okay, you didn't hear any change because I have this solo, but now you can hear it. But like, oh heck man, that's pretty loud. It's kind of overpowering my stuff. And also, it's kind of loud. So I'm gonna turn down the resonance and move the filter down. Give that some character, right? Turn the volume down. Kind of crazy. Kind of crazy. So as with other racks, you can then do all the stuff you want. So I'll just for example, like I'll grab, what should we do? I will grab a compressor, and I'm gonna throw it after. The thing. So if I just go back, so we can throw this right inside there, and then take a look. Oh, where'd it go? It was right there. That means that it's only affecting this sample. So you can build up different chains or different settings of a given chain on your different things without doing much, man. So I'm gonna all right, so we'll grab an EQ, right? So I'm gonna put this EQ, I'm gonna throw it on the random one. And we can see what's going on here, and I'm just gonna bandpass it a little more just to cut down on where it's affecting. So give it a little bit there, and we'll give it a little bit there. Yeah. And then we still want EQ, but we don't want this EQ. If we throw it out here on the outside, that's affecting everything. That's affecting the whole drum rack. But if we throw it on the individual sample that we want, it's only affecting that one. So I'm gonna copy that one out and then go back to a hat sample and throw it on the hat. Now you can hear what the hat sounds like when it's being bandpassed like that. But hats are a high frequency thing. We don't want a mid frequency bandpass filter on our cymbal. So I'm going to change these back up, and we pretty much just want a high pass. So I'm just going to do that, and 3 is a bell, so I'm going to drag that over there. Boom. That's not necessarily the exact EQ that I would do, but it is just an example. So say, like Oh man, the cymbals are really masking my vocals. You can check out where your vocals are sitting, and they usually are sitting around, just as a baseline, they usually sit around 3.5K. So we can move our frequency up to, we could even type it in if you want, 3500, boom, it's right at 3500. So then we can drag it down, which would give space to the vocal. I think cymbals are really nice around 5,000. So I'm going to give a little boost-a-rooski around 5,000. Easy peasy. And then, if we want the whole thing to be affected, so we might want a compressor on the whole bus, right? We're going to drag it outside, and then we can drag down the threshold, bring up, tack up, release on threshold. Sick. So that's compressing the whole bus. All right. So that's a discussion of racks. I'm just going to delete this because we're not going to use it in this track. But racks are a very helpful tool within Ableton. You can just do so much stuff. It's very cool. So check this out. This is what I was talking about with the zoom. If I hold Control and select all these tracks, okay, we'll just do these ones for now, and then hold Alt and rotate the mouse wheel down, we can shrink this down vertically because I gotta save some space, yeah? I want to be able to see all my tracks, and that's not, you know, a problem with this track because I've only got 17, but you know, you can have a project with hundreds and hundreds and hundreds, well, not hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of tracks, but you know, many tracks where you're just scrolling up and down for you know, tens of seconds. A bandpass filter, for those who don't know, is a filter that only lets through a certain band of frequency. So it's cutting off low and high, as opposed to a high pass, which is only letting the highs pass, and a low pass, which is only letting the lows pass. And you can usually set the bars or set the cutoff and whatever. So let's take a look now at clip view. So I'm going to open a new set for this. Hope this don't crash. I'm going to open a new set. And this is our clip view. So this is the other realm of Ableton that is just huge, massive. Like, so much stuff that you can do with clip view. This is where people actually use Ableton for its namesake, which is live performance. So Ableton is basically based on clips, on these looped or unlooped clips of MIDI information or audio information. So let's go ahead and add a couple MIDI tracks in. So these are not analogous, they are the horizontal bars that you find in your arrangement view, whereas this arrangement view is laid out on a time axis. This also has a time axis, but it's a little differently. So first of all, the y-axis is now the time axis. So this is your time axis. But it's not exactly synchronous the whole time. So each of these little things is a different clip. It's different information that can be stored within the same instrument. So let's do it. I'm gonna go and I'll just grab an operator, which is an FM synth, and we'll throw our operator into our first channel here. So, all right, and I'll grab a plugin, I'll grab a serum patch just for fun. There we go. And maybe I'll grab a drum rack. There's just a preset one that I made a while ago. Didn't make it actually, but I modified it slightly and saved it as a preset. So, and we can grab an audio. Let's go down to user library. I'll go into recordings, field recordings. Listen to something. All right, we're gonna give some industrial atmosphere here. We're gonna pull up our clip. So, as you can see, I've double-clicked on this clip, and it pulls up the same information that you would see if you clicked on a clip in the arrangement view. But, oh man, where's the clip at? Well, it doesn't exist in the arrangement view yet because it's not committed to it. It only exists in this clip view. So here's our thing. So I'm just gonna start building up an example of this clip view and why it's so friggin' cool. So this is our clip, and it's on loop. It's looped here, which just means that when it reaches the end, it plays again. So these horizontal rows are different scenes here. So say we've got this one, and then I'll just stop this real quick and go through and listen to some other ones. Oh, that's crazy, bro. So here's another one, and I will throw this into the next scene. Again, on loop mode, we chilling, and yeah, and I'm gonna send this to the verb, and I'll explain that in just a second. So we've got this audio playing back, we've got it looping, we've got it playing from a clip, easy peasy. We can do it from there, or we can do this to play all of them, but there's nothing else going on there, so it's just going to play this one for the moment. And say in this first one, we're going to double left click to create a new one, to create a new clip. And now we've got our piano roll playing the operator. So this is just playing a sine wave right now. I'm going to not do a sine wave. I'm actually going to do some white noise, and I'm going to modulate it with a saw. And we're going to go back into the clip there. Actually, what we're going to do instead is do a saw and modulate it with white noise. So this is an FM synthesizer, frequency modulation synthesizer, which basically just means that the two waves from the different ones are added together. So we've got our white noise modulating our saw, and we're going to turn the volume down. And then I'm just going to go back into here. So that sounds more like a saw wave, right? It doesn't really sound like the white noise, but I can turn the white noise up. And now, now it sounds like there's some white noise in there. So I'm going to start building a layer of ambiance, just right in there. But that's like, if we play that, maybe that sounds a little bit too loud. So we're going to go down, just turn the volume down, because we do want, we're trying to make an ambient thing here. We're not trying to make like a melody. That might be a little bit quiet. There we go. So what's the length of our clip here? We're going to click on it. We see the length is at 1. So I'm actually going to go and make that 16 bars. Now we can see that our length has increased. And I'm going to go up, grab an A6, and just extend that out. So now when we play our first scene, we got that. And now it's clear what's going on. So And then say at 8 bars, we want so I'm going to throw that one on. And we're just going to start building up this chord to create a backdrop for our tonal information. So I started with this A up top, and that's just gonna center us in A, so that we have sort of a tonal center. And then we're going down to F sharp. So I'll speed this up. Again, I'm going to turn that down, just so that it's there, but it's not super loud. And like, yeah, I mean, this doesn't sound that cool, but just for example, like it's alright. And here's what we can do. So I'll go into the clip, and I'm going to drag an effect onto it. I'm going to grab a distortion saturator and just drag it up, just try to You know, I'm not liking that one too much. We're just going to keep this as sort of like a bass pedal, but it's actually like a treble pedal. And do that. We can just build up this chord here. If we just wanted a really unsettling thing here. Wonderful. So then say we want that chord to change. So I'm going to duplicate the clip down, and then we'll just drag some of these notes around. So we're going from this to this. Oh, it's going to take a minute to play. There we go. So to make that sort of more clear, we're going to make a little drum rack here. And just set that length at 4 because we do want a little more variation in the drums. And duplicate that. Sweet. This is horrible. So that's going to be our kick loop. We want it to be a little bit, I'm going to leave it kind of sparse. And then like, here's a cool, I mean, I like doing this where just like grab a random part of it and just copy it over. And that's sort of just like, it's sort of a way to just like chop up samples and stuff. So question in the chat here, do you have to precisely line each beat, or is there a way to make it snap to a rhythm grid? Yeah, so it is snapping to grid right now, but I was just trying to make it be a little different. So this is snapped to, check. So right click on it, it's snapped to a 1/16 grid. So if I were to just go and place in a note, you see that's snapping to this grid. And so if you see it's like, oh, it's 16th grid, then you know that everything, those are all 16th notes. So let's just play that. It. Those are 16th notes. I was just moving around because I wanted this triplet pattern here. So. And like we did with the drum rack before, I don't really like the way these are sitting together. So I'm going to go into this shaker here, just turn the volume down. And like, you know, this isn't exactly the coolest pattern, but here's what we could do actually is I'm going to go into my keyboard, turn on, so we got all ins, we're going to have a computer keyboard. So it's either I'm tapping on my computer keyboard, and we got some stuff going on. And I'm going to enable this for recording, go into the clip, and just, so I just tapped out some notes there. It should be somewhere. But here's a way we can do that. Oh, there they are. There they are. So that's what I recorded in there. And we can just grab this, drag it into the arrangement view. Boom. All right. These sounds are good and all, but I'm gonna grab something else. I'm gonna grab like some kind of other percussion. Something from a field recording. What do we got going on here? Lung. Cool. That one sounds nice. I'm gonna go back into the drum rack. Moment. And throw it in where the cowbell is, because I don't like cowbells. And we'll go back in, find our cowbell. Nice, there it is. Oh, that's loud as heck. So we're gonna go into the cowbell and just turn it way down. And go back in, and we're just gonna establish sort of a backbeat. Let's go there. We're working off grid here, I'm not getting this to work. All right, so that's kind of cool. We're devolving. We're devolving. We go back in. Who knows, man? Who knows? That's funny. That's funny. I wanted to do something experimental. Sounds like dog water. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do a classic house beat. So let's just go with the 909. Toms, man. Toms are so good. We're gonna make this 8 bars, gonna duplicate that over. Oh heck. There we go. Wait, that's at 4. Good one. So I don't know what kind of like strange like industrial house this is. What we could do to make it industrial. So we're gonna let's try to place this inside of a space. So we're gonna use a return track here, which are these ones over here. And so this is our return track A, and I'm just gonna turn up the A here. Now here we got some space. Now that's a lot of space. We're gonna dial that back a bit. Then we're gonna go into our reverb and design this space how I want it. So we're gonna make it pretty big, far away, clean, bright. We want a lot of this, less of this, and more of that. That's a lot of reverb. Oh, come on. So that's a super basic beat, right? We're not doing anything with velocity. We're not doing any effects, really, anything crazy. I'm gonna do some saturation on this. Just some crazy. Just gonna push the heck out of it. So here's what we had our original thing. I have no idea what's going on here. Just some type of like crazy industrial house? I don't know, man. So here's the power of clips here, though. So this is like, all right, this is like, you know, the break, or this is like the drop, like the coolest part of it, right? So this is the hypest part. The cool thing about the scenes here is that we can drag this down. I'm gonna like grab 2 of these, right? So, you know, in the buildup of a track, you might have a part where, all right, there's none of those. We would just have these, so not the same. Right, so that's maybe our, I'm gonna pull that out real quick and throw it back in. We could do that maybe. So this could be our intro. And then maybe, you know, because this is all based on rhythm, I just duplicated this one over and I'm gonna loop it, but we're gonna drag the loop position down to halfway. So now we can see this play through. And it should loop at nope. All right. Oh, there it is. Okay. So this is the loop one. There we go. Now it should. There we go. So it's looping through. Oh, we gotta switch those. So this is our long one, this is our short one, and then, you know, just for shits and giggles, we could do half that again. Still 4 bars. It's still a pretty long loop, but what if we? Oh, that's not even a sound. I'll do that one. Yeah. You could even do half of it. All right. So now we got that going on. Let's do this. We'll duplicate that one over again. Delete audium. Grab our pedal. All right. So now we have 3 scenes, right? In our first scene, we have this full 16-bar loop. In the second scene, in the first scene of the operator, we have just our weird pedal here. And then in the drums, we got our more basic pattern. So we'll start it from here. So that's our intro. And then we go to our next one. And then I'll copy that one down. Actually, here's what I can do. So we'll remove the stop button so that when I go to the next scene, this operator will keep playing. See how these are on the 3rd row, but the operator's still on the 2nd row. If I add this stop button back in and then start 3 again, it stops. But these ones keep going. So you can imagine that if you had a MIDI controller with a whole bunch of buttons on it, you could control M all these clips, man. You can map all of them. You can map stop, start. You can map literally almost everything. So like I could be starting these clips with buttons instead of with my mouse. So now say we want to have like, you know, a 4th section here. I will copy, wait. Delete that, and I'll just remove the stop button here, remove the stop button again, remove the stop button again. And here's gonna be our serum. Ooh, that's loud. But we're not gonna do it, we're not gonna turn down the volume here, we're gonna gain stage, we're gonna go into our serum and turn down the master volume there. That's quieter. So we're in A because we had this pedal start up here. Right? So we're gonna go back into our serum, we're gonna find an A. Actually kind of sounds like F sharp. This sounds like it's an F sharp. Oh, that's right, because the root is F sharp. Stupid. So I guess we're in F sharp minor. There's our scale. But I'm gonna start on 2. That's crazy. All right, so now I'm thinking, all right, okay, I want to put a saturator on here too. Well, now that's 3 instances of the same saturator. So instead of putting it on each individual channel, I'm going to add a return track. And see how it just says C return. We're going to throw our saturator on there. So we've got the saturator here. Just gonna friggin' delete it. We got one here. Just gonna friggin' delete it. Got one here. God be with you. Might as well throw one on there too. But so here we got it on C, right? We can just send C. Send C. Send C. Send C. Send C. Then we're gonna go into our C and configure it. Just break it, man. We'll add one in there. So let's go in and tune our reverb again, and I'm just going to tune it through doing these sends. So cool. So this went from weird industrial house to weird industrial techno very quickly. Although we're still at 120 BPM, which is rather slow. Let's go to 120. Let's go to 130. 120. 126. So this sound is kind of very basic, right? So we're gonna go in and tune it a little bit. I'm gonna add a filter. Distort the heck out of it. If you guys can see I'm actually not going to do a delay in this. I'm going to do a delay. gonna do the delay with Ableton. So, dang son, that's loud. So we're gonna turn that down again. Ooh. Yes, this is a snazzy serum skin. It's Promethean or something? Not sure. I'm gonna add a sub in there. Happy with that. So now I'm gonna go in here, gonna grab me a, oh, don't have it in there. Audio effect, gonna grab a delay. There we are. And we'll just play around with what mode we think is cool. Alright, high key, that sounds kind of sick. So, here's our track now. Whoa, that feedback is going crazy. Oh, we're gonna turn that down a little bit. Turn that down a little bit. So, all right, we got our clips. This is all cool, right? Now what? How are you supposed to actually make this into a song? How are you supposed to make this into a form that we can actually do something with? Well, that's where it gets really cool. Because all of these, they tie in with this little tiny record button there. Oopsie, don't want it yet. But we're gonna go in. So, all right, here's what's gonna happen. It's a little sneak peek preview. We're gonna go in. We're going to arm. Actually, this one doesn't even have anything on it. So we're gonna arm all of these tracks for recording, right? Okay. No idea why I can't arm that one. It's whatever. So now we're gonna double stop all those. So just that it's back at the beginning. And I'm gonna record this. I'm gonna record everything that's been armed while going through them. And then we'll translate it over and it'll just be right there. So check it out. And we can see our progress of these little things right here. Here's our total bar counter. So I'm gonna let that go for 8 bars. Let this one go for a little longer. So now we're at 16, and we're gonna keep going. I'm gonna let it keep going. I'm gonna let it go to 32 because we're laying out our framework right now for the arrangement of the track, and we could do some automation. We could add some other one-shots in there. It's all whatever you want. But right now, here we go. And I'm pretty sure it'll record this if I do this here. So see, we jamming, man. And if you lay out enough clips like this, you can just jam on it. And then we can record it in, and whoa, it's right there. Check it out. So there's our whole thing, man. The whole thing. We got each individual clip. You can see that it's got the repeat little repeat bar markers there. And then we just go through, and it's exactly what happened. And I want to see if that automation was recorded. Yeah, whoa, check it out, dude. So the automation was automatically recorded in there. That's me turning up the delay here, and you'll hear it here in just a second. When I recorded it in there, it done worked. There you go. And so I thought it would be cool if we had, like, if we could drop out some of the drums for that little build section here. And would you look at that? I can. So we're gonna find where that's at. It's actually in this one. It's right here, which is, there it is. We're gonna go. Nope, it's actually quite far. Okay, here's what we gotta do. See, I'm just editing the single loop here, so I'm gonna Control E that out into a separate thing, and you can see that it's gone dark here. Oh shoot! We want to select this one, and we're gonna just take out. Oh heck, where is it at? Anyway, we could do that. Drag that down. And okay, now we've got a clear view of what's going on. It's this one actually, yeah. So we're gonna take the kick out. And we may take the kick out and even maybe perhaps take out those ones. So now we've got a little bit of a drop, we've got a little bit of a breakout or breakdown right where it's right where it goes. So here, we'll start from here. Just so. Oh, it'd be timed weird. No idea what happened. Gonna mash Control Z until it sounds normal. Alright, timing got a little funky, a little weird. There we go. I don't know what happened there. That was weird. We're gonna find it. Grab a little bonk. Little bonk. Go into there. Drop that kick out. Drop that hi-hat out. Actually, yeah, drop that one out. So now we can hear it. There you go. I don't know why it's changing like that. That is rather funky, Holmes. So okay, we got this cool track going on. I'm just gonna go through like what's the next thing you do, right? In the process of creating a track. So this is my preset master channel. I'm gonna turn on this frequency analyzer here and just check out what's going on. So honestly, like, our frequency spectrum is good. Like, we've got everything going on here that needs to go on here. So we're basically, you know, if I were done with the composition, which we're not gonna go totally through, this would be the time when we move on to mixing. The mixing, I know it's contrived and everything, like what the heck actually mixing is. Mixing, my personal definition that I'll give you is taking everything taking all the arrangement that you have, taking everything there, and just making it sound good together. So let's think. And you know, like with these drums, like maybe we'd usually have them like in their separate things, and their separate. I would do them by. I would organize them by frequency. Yes, Span is a free plugin. Span is friggin' great. Let me just extol Span real quick. So like this is just the normal view. There's so many different presets. Like I got like mid-side stereo, so their underlay is the mid. I can do stereo mastering. So we've got our right channel underneath the left channel. You can do, man, this is so great. It's so nice. I'm gonna leave it on stereo there. Actually, we're gonna go. Yeah, no, stereo's fine. We'll leave. We'll go to mid-side stereo. So now we're gonna go into like mixing, right? So I'm gonna throw some EQ plugins on. Let's throw one on the drums. Check out what's going on in our drums. Nice. Just gonna do a little boost there. A little boost there. We're gonna do a little cut around 35 and around here. Just like that. And do a low cut here because we don't need any of this low information. And I'm doing this boost around 3500 because around 3500 is the point on the frequency spectrum that humans hear best. So if you want something to be highlighted, boost 3500, and it'll come through a little better. And I'm gonna similarly, I'm gonna do a little cut around just a tiny little bell cut around like 5 to 10,000 because I want to make some room for my cymbals. Right? Cool. Operator, we're not going to do much. We're just going to do a little, we're just going to do a low. It's just because we don't need that low information. I'm actually going to do a low cut or high, yeah, low cut, high pass, same thing. And then what's going on here? We got a lot of frequency information here, so I'm going to drag that one over, just copy it on over there. Oh shoot. I'm going to loop that there. It's not going to be even at all, but who cares? EQ. So this is the EQ on this one that I just sent over from the last one. So I want to emphasize sort of the mid-range percussion information in this one. Bring out some of the low, bring out some of the high, no problem. Right, sick. So we've got like our basic composition down. And here's the thing that I often like to do, and we'll talk about all the time because I think it's sick, is I've got this recorder here. And we're gonna go in and grab, you know, some of the recordings that I've done, right? So here's one. I'm gonna grab this fan 3 here and drag it in, and this is just gonna be like a texture layer. But so like, I don't know, it is what it is, but we can do some cool stuff with it. So let's go in here. We're gonna check out this warp mode. So this warp thing is something I should have gotten into earlier because it's also a huge part of Ableton Live. It's just like so powerful, so much possibility that you can do with this. So we got it warped here. And I'm going to hold shift. Actually, I think this is in bass live. And I'm just going to stretch this out like as far as it'll go. So now it sounds very slow. And it's like, what the heck is going on here? You can hear that the transients are sort of being repeated there. And that's because we've got our warp mode on beats mode. So that means that it's going to... Well, we got a question in the chat here. So span, you look at it, use. Right. So with span, I'm just using that to see what my frequency spectrum looks like. So you could put a span on any instrument just to see, right? It's just a good frequency analyzer with multiple different modes. I looked at it prior to doing any EQs just so I could see, just to get a sense of where we were at, like what was going on with the arrangement so far. And you don't necessarily need to add more things, but you can. And like I'm going for a full frequency spectrum, so I'm going to add more instruments. You know, it's just a visual representation of what's going on. If you had it could be unbalanced, but not every composition is going to be balanced necessarily. It doesn't need to be balanced. It often is, but it's not necessary. Span's just a great plugin. So here's a different warp mode. Here's repitch mode. So we stretched it out so much that it's going to go a lot lower, but we don't want that. So here's tone. Oh, let's go back to beats mode for a second. So there's different things. So where do we want to preserve? We want to preserve the transients. We want to preserve 30-second notes. Do we want to preserve 16th notes? Cool. And then we can just play around with it. So you can do playing, that's going to play forward all the time. This is going to play once and stop. So you can hear what that sounds like. That almost sounds like a melody. That's so cool. Like, whoa. Isn't that crazy? So let's try to bring that out. I'm going to solo this and go to span here just so we can see what frequency range this track is giving me. So we got all this. That's crazy. That's super wideband. So I'm going to grab an EQ, and this is sort of like a bass line. So I think what I'm going to do is roll off some of the highs, roll off some of the ultra lows, that's sub, and I'm going to boost it around 350. I'm going to throw a saturator on it, and I'm going to do also a transient shaper. Let's go back in here. God, this EBME, this sounds so cool. So we're going to drive this a bit. I can drive it a lot. Then we're going to go into our couture. I'm gonna turn that volume down again. And let's grab it. So this is still feeling pretty masked. So I'm gonna go into our other things that may have a little bit of low element. Right. I'll go over the bass right now. So, you know, like we've got in the comments, like incredibly quick. We just got something crazy just by messing around with warp mode. So yeah, I'll go over it again. So I went into my library, grabbed this fan sound, right? This fan sound. It's literally a fan that I have right over there that I recorded with this. It's crazy. And then so I pulled it out, increased the, I lengthened it, like, right. And then because Ableton has these cool warp modes, see, you got to turn warp on for it to even be able to do anything. So now it's warped. I'm gonna drag it back out. Come on. And since I wanted to emphasize sort of the rhythmic aspect of it, we have it on beat mode. And this warp mode, this it's like back and forth. That means that for every time it's stretched out, it's going to play it forward and then backward and forward and backward and forward, back and forward. So it'd be a smoother sort of sound. But then if we change it to that and change it to 16th note, now we've got something. We could even go to half bar. Turn on the delay. Another bass line. Another bass line. And so see, we've got that 16th note there. So we know that it's a 16th note thing, so I could freeze and flatten that, bounce it in place, and then stretch it around to get all the, you can stretch it around to get 1/6. You can stretch it around to do whatever the heck you want. But here's another thing. It's on beats mode right now. What if we put it on tone mode? What if we put it on repitch? Well, that's very slow, or very low. So. And speed it up. And now I've got that tone. I could throw that in a sampler and play it like any other thing. Not gonna repitch. So let's go to complex. And complex is like the best one that's gonna like preserve how it sounds. So it's not too good because, you know, it is crazy long. And if you want to get any longer than this, like, just pulse stretch it. Go into Audacity and pulse stretch it. Pulse stretching is just crazy. It just allows you to just make these crazy ambient textures out of any sound. So, you know, you could do something cool with that, right? That's crazy, fool. Yeah, there's our fan bass line. So, all right, let's reiterate. We went from this to this. This to this. This to this. Like, what the heck? So, if you're new to Ableton, or even if you're not new to Ableton and you just never really played around this, I encourage you, I highly, highly, highly encourage you to just get any clip and mess around with the warp modes, because there's so much wacky, crazy stuff that you can do to just make it into the coolest thing that you've got. So I'm gonna turn these off. I'm just gonna let this play out for a second. Now it's not mixed well, you know. It's just a sketch, but it's gonna fade in and out of time phase. It's just, yeah, it's not the best, but you know, it is what it is. Maybe we could even drop that out. Of course, I probably wouldn't do it so abruptly. I'd probably do some kind of little transition, but like, man, you could do so much stuff with this. Let's grab another EQ just to see where it lies now. So, all right, cool. And that's just like a generative bass line that doesn't even have any algorithms or anything in it. It's crazy. So I think that's going to wrap it up today. I hope that I could demonstrate how versatile and crazy and wonderful Ableton Live is. One thing I will say, which maybe I should have mentioned earlier, is that Ableton's pretty trash for mixing. If you're given stems and expecting to mix them, pretty garbo, but it's a great software for the creation of music. So if anybody's got any more questions, you can bang my line at any time. I'm gonna, in the chat right now, I will throw my Instagram and you can reach out to me, and I would be so happy to hop in a voice call of any kind. A Zoom meeting. Zoom meetings and Discord both work great for sharing your screen and your audio, and I can help you with anything you need. You can hit me up on Instagram. And yeah, it was my pleasure to educate the 7 of you who are watching. It's been great fun. Thank you so much for tuning in. Hopefully we're gonna do more of these workshops. I'm gonna turn it on over now to Akshay, who's gonna be doing some DJ tutorials. So, okie dokie, folks. I don't exactly know how this is gonna end, how I'm gonna end this, but we're gonna turn it over to Akshay now. Yo.
Okay. All right. Was confusing. Lagged for a sec. We're good to go. Okay. I
All right.
will mute that so I don't get confused. What's popping, everybody? My name is Akshay. I'm going to be going over kind of like a little bit on how to DJ, kind of centered around Rekordbox in particular, which is this lovely software right here. Gonna tell you how you can if you have equipment, I'm going to show you how to set up your music so that you can DJ on equipment. Or if you don't have any equipment, I'm going to show you how you can DJ straight from your computer. And that's pretty much all done through Rekordbox here, which is the way I like to explain it is kind of like in iTunes for DJing. You load all your music into there, and then you kind of like organize it and do things so that you can then take it and DJ with it. But you can also just DJ straight from your computer, straight through Rekordbox if you don't have any sort of like DJ equipment. So, speaking of DJ equipment, I'm just going to show you guys the two most popular ones, or like the two kind of terms you'll probably hear thrown around a lot in the DJ world, which is CDJ, which is kind of like that's I would say the club standard. You go to any club, you go to any festival, you can be certain they're playing on this equipment. This is like the big boys. These are really expensive and kind of like on the higher end of things. Basically, there's like two separate players here and a mixer, and it's a huge thing. And basically, how this relates to Rekordbox is you load your music on a flash drive through Rekordbox, and then you connect it to this CDJ. There's no computer involved. You're DJing straight off your flash drive onto this equipment. Now, kind of on the lower end side of things and the more like accessible side of things is called a controller, a DJ controller. Now, you see it's way smaller. It's got no screen, nothing like that. And pretty much as you can see, the way it works is it kind of connects directly to your computer and you're like DJing through Rekordbox with the controller. So yeah, just to kind of like recap what I just said, CDJ, no computer involved. Rekordbox loaded onto your USB. USB goes straight in to the CDJ and you play straight from there. With a controller, you're basically like connecting it to your computer, and then the controller is like there's all these knobs and buttons all over the Rekordbox interface. The controller is basically like controlling the Rekordbox software and allowing you to DJ. So pretty much if you have a controller and you want to DJ, you need a laptop too. But if you don't have a controller, you can DJ straight from the Rekordbox software, which is like a really good way to get started without any sort of equipment. And yeah, just like once more, it's a little bit confusing. You can DJ straight from your computer, but a controller basically like gives you physical buttons to control all these buttons in the software. So it makes it a little easier. Instead of having to click around the screen, you have like a piece of hardware that you can do everything from. So with that, I'm just gonna, and that's kind of like the difference between CDJ controller and how Rekordbox fits in. And the question is like, why even use Rekordbox? Because Rekordbox analyzes your music. As you see here, there's these lovely waveforms that come along with the songs I have loaded, along with, you can see I have the BPM here. I can sort by BPM and all that good stuff. You're able to do that because you put your music in Rekordbox. In putting your music in Rekordbox, it analyzes the BPM, analyzes the waveform, and then allows you to like utilize that when you DJ. So that brings me to my next thing about where do I get music and where do I get good quality music. So I'd say like part of the fun of DJing is like being a selector and finding the best songs and finding places to download these songs, because sometimes you'll find like the best songs that you really want to play in the club and there's just nowhere to find out how to download it. So like half the fun is like the hunt for the songs in a way. Now obviously the best way to get it is just buy it straight from the source. I'd say like Bandcamp, really good place for electronic music, or yeah, just like iTunes or any you know, any like online music store, but don't sleep on Bandcamp. It's really good, especially for electronic music. But me personally, and I'm sure plenty of other people, can't afford to download or pay and buy every single song that they ever want to DJ with ever. So when you are scouring the internet looking for music to download, one important thing to stress is that you should download as high quality of music as you can. Now, when you're kind of playing on a home setup, it doesn't matter a ton. But once you play on nicer speakers, or if you're playing in the club or anything like that, the quality of your tracks will really be noticeable. If you're using low quality songs, it'll be audible and it just like won't sound as good. So as a rule of thumb, I pretty much say to always aim for downloading the highest quality music you can, which is 320 kilobytes per second. But anything above 256 kilobytes per second should get the job done. And like I said, although it doesn't necessarily, you won't really hear a difference maybe playing on your computer or a Bluetooth speaker, when it comes time to play in the club, it will be noticeably different. So as a rule of thumb, just go for high quality right off the bat. One really good website that I use for downloading music is myfreemp3.vip, and the reason it's so good is because it shows the bitrate of a song when you download it. So I'll just search Zed's Dead right now, and you can click on kbps, and it'll show you the bitrate of the song before you download it. As you can see, these are all 320, which means they are stuff I'd want to download. And I just clicked download right there, and you just download it like that. Once again, myfreemp3.vip. And yeah, another software I would recommend. MyFreeMP3 is pretty good for like, if you can find it on like a streaming service like Spotify, you'll probably find it on this website. If you're looking for more underground or like harder to find music, another good software is called SoulSeek. It's kind of like a LimeWire, if any of you guys remember that from back in the day. Like you could search a song, and yeah, it's a bit more intimidating. As you can see, it also shows the bitrate, 320 for example, 320. You just right click and download. But yeah, I'd say like for most popular music, MyFreeMP3 will get the job done. Just gonna check the chat real quick, see if any questions thus far. Oh, yeah, I do have questions. What's up, Roy, Nick? Thanks for tuning in. Yeah, thanks for the background compliment. That's Dolly right there. Yeah, with that out of the way, let me just get back to it. So that's kind of the music side of things. And like you can see that I have kind of all my music organized in this folder called DJ Music, tons of folders, tons of playlists, and you can check the bitrate. Just like right clicking on it, clicking details, boom, 320. But yeah, that's enough of like music and logistics. I'll kind of hop into Rekordbox now, show you how to like organize your music, how to import music, and things like that. So usually what I'll do is I'll make a folder on my computer and kind of store it all in one central place. As you can see, I've done here, and like, let's say I have this bass folder, all the music is here. What you want to do basically in Rekordbox is put all your music into playlists, and you can kind of see I have tons of playlists that I've made here. You can just right click on playlists, click create new playlist, and I'll just say DJ tutorial. Boom. Now you put all the songs you want into this playlist, and then you're good to go. And like the reason you'd want playlists to begin with is kind of like you don't want to have to sort through all your music at once, especially if you have a lot. I kind of have my playlist based on genre or different events. If I'm playing like a certain show, I'll probably make a playlist for that show so I know like I'm going to be wanting to play this type of music. Or like you see, I have a future bass playlist and a trap playlist and a house playlist, definitely sorted by genre just to make it easier. Yeah, you can like click this arrow to minimize all your playlists, and basically collection shows all of your music, and like this is just so intimidating seeing all of this. But yeah, basically that's what collection is. Collection shows all your music, and then all your playlists are on the side when you make one. So you can just go straight from your computer, and like I'll just drag a couple songs to kind of show you what happens. You can just drag your songs like straight into Rekordbox like this. Boom. and it's going to import it just like that, and it'll take a sec to analyze it. And actually, I have all this music already in Rekordbox, but let me show you. If I if I put like a new song, actually, it's a good example. This thing will pop up. Whenever you put new music in Rekordbox, this pops up, and it pretty much leave it all how it is. I like to make sure key is checked, and then you click OK, and you see here it's analyzing it real quick. Then once it finishes analyzing, see, boom, the BPM popped up, and I got the waveform. So if you don't analyze your music, you won't have that information, but pretty much whenever you load it into Rekordbox, it does it automatically. Just know that that pop-up you just saw will come, and it'll kind of prompt you, and just click OK, and then like, now it's analyzed. Now your music's good to DJ with. And yeah, you could drag like a whole chunk of music. I'll just show you one more time. And yeah, analysis settings, leave it all how it is, click OK, and see no waveform yet, no BPM yet, but once it analyzes, it's just going to pop up. And if you're loading in tons of music at once, it'll obviously take a bit longer, but yeah, that's kind of that side of things. So just to kind of summarize the organization of your music, keep a folder somewhere on your hard drive, store all your music there, make playlists in Rekordbox, drag your songs into your playlist. It'll tell you to analyze it, click OK, and then you're good to go. And yeah, that kind of pretty much finishes talking about all the logistics and the technical side of things. Now we can get into the software itself, which is Rekordbox. And you see there is one song on the left side and one song on the right side. Pretty much when you're DJing, you're going to be alternating between songs. Like you're playing one song, then you bring a new song in. Now that song plays for a while. Then you bring another song in. That one plays for a while. And you're pretty much like switching back and forth between these two. We'll call them decks, because with the physical equipment, they're called decks. This is like a virtual deck, you could say. And Rekordbox has a lot of views, a lot of modes. You can click view here and change them, or you can click here. There's 2-deck vertical, 2-deck horizontal, 4-deck vertical, whatever floats your boat. But I just go with 2-deck horizontal because it's all like exactly the same information and features, just kind of presented in different ways. So yeah, I'm gonna go with 2-deck horizontal, and there's also 2 different types of modes. There's export mode and performance mode, which I can show the difference of. Whoa. I think I accidentally played a song. That's my bad. I totally did. Yeah. Okay. So pretty much the difference is export mode is for like organizing your music, and performance mode is if you want to play from your computer. So for those who aren't familiar, I guess another way of saying it is like, let's say I was going to play on some CDJs and I just wanted to organize music for my flash drive. Then you'd probably go to export mode and like just do it all here. But if you wanted to DJ from your computer, or if you wanted to plug in a controller to your computer and DJ like that, you would be in performance mode. So for the sake of things, I'm just going to be in performance mode through teaching this, but like I said, all these views are the exact same buttons. Nothing changes. It's just different kind of interfaces. So one last thing, Rekordbox is a free software. I'm using Rekordbox 6, which is the newest version. You can download it from rekordbox.com. Once upon a time, you had to pay to get the good functionality out of it, but these days, the free version has all you need in order to DJ on your computer or just like get started with DJing. So yeah, I believe you have to make an account to use Rekordbox, but you don't have to pay, and in fact, don't pay for it. So yeah, I'm just gonna go to my house playlist. Actually, I'll go to my house 2.0 playlist, even better. So the first thing I'm gonna talk about is what is a BPM. Now, BPM stands for beats per minute, and it's basically the easiest way to think of it is the speed of the song or the tempo of the song. So when you're DJing or when you're mixing, you want the two songs that you're mixing to be the same BPM. In other words, you need them to be playing at the same speed so that they're both together on beat, if that makes sense. So Also, another thing with Rekordbox is you can kind of sort it by any of these pieces of information if you click it. So I'm going to click BPM, and now I can sort by BPM. Now what this does is it'll basically show you what songs are kind of around a similar BPM. So for example, these two songs here, they're the exact same BPM. If you played them together at the same time, they would sound totally in beat. Now, these two songs, 105 and 106, they're close, but they're slightly, different. They're 1 BPM off, which means if you started them at the same time, at first they would be playing in sync, but really slowly, because they're actually not the same, one of them would gradually get more and more off beat over time. So pretty much the bottom line here is when you're DJing, the next song you bring in has to be the same BPM. And if it's not, then you speed up the current song. So for example, you can just drag a song onto either deck to like load it pretty much, as you can see. So this song's playing. You can see the BPM right here. And basically you can just like double click it. You can just double click it and then type in a new BPM. What is, my numlock is on, my beat sync is on. I'll explain those things shortly. But what is happening here? Oh, okay. I don't know why it didn't let me type it in. But yeah, you can see, you can click the plus and minus to change it. And I'm gonna go just load this song, light it up here, change it to 100. Boom. So I just changed to 100. Sorry, my keyboard was being a little funky. So yeah, you can just double click whatever and change it to the value that you want, and you'll see that it'll just change like that. So kind of, yeah, with that being said, I'll just bring that back to 105. Okay, 105. So yeah, you see right now these are two different BPMs, like they would just not mix together properly. But yeah, so it's 106 by default. All right, apologies for that. My keyboard was being a little funky. We'll get back to it. So right now, let's say I'm playing this song, Light It Up. Boom. And I want to bring in this song, Love That Hurts. You can see Love That Hurts is actually a little faster. So what I'm either going to have to do is speed up this song to be 106 or change this to be 105. Pretty much either one works. I'll just like, for the sake of things, 106. Now I've sped it up and now I'm ready to kind of bring in this new song that is the same BPM. So kind of what that means is that the BPM is pretty much the thing that controls what songs you're able to mix into, because you want your songs to be the same BPM when you bring them in. You can change them, but you can change them at any time, but if there's two songs playing at the same time, you want them to be the same BPM. Otherwise, they're going to be off. So kind of, yeah. The way I was taught to kind of get started is that you might want to like start at a slower BPM and then over time gradually work your way up faster and faster to like more high energy songs to a faster BPM. As the crowd gets more energetic, you kind of bring the speed up along with it. But there's no rules. There's no rules in terms of like speeding up or slowing down. You can do whatever you want. You can take people on whatever journey you want. Just know that you're kind of like, if you want to speed it up, you have to do it over time. You have to slowly like pick songs that kind of work your way up to a higher BPM. So for example, if I was playing this song Light It Up at 105 and you see like these songs are 140, you can't just speed this song up like 35 BPM to bring one that's 140. You know, you have to like work your way up slowly. So I might bring this up just 5 to 110 and then bring this 110 song in. Then I might speed this up to 115 and bring this 115 song in. Then I might speed this up to 120 and bring this song in. Then I might bring this to 125 and bring this song in. So kind of what I'm trying to explain is the songs you can play are kind of dictated by the BPM, and you kind of will like speed up your current song to be the BPM of the next song you want to bring in, or you might slow down the next song to be the BPM of the current song you're playing. And yeah, I'm just going to check the chat real quick to see if anyone has any questions, which is not the case, it seems. Yeah, that's cool. Okay, so back to it. Now, if any of this is kind of confusing or hard to wrap your mind around, that's fine. I'm kind of just getting all the information out there, and then I will like physically demo it, and it'll make much more sense. Yeah. Let me just click this actually. So there's actually a lot of other things you can view in Rekordbox. Kind of in this view tab, you can click effects and it shows all these effects. I just didn't want it to be too visually overwhelming. But yeah, so like kind of to demonstrate like the general workflow in a way, like you'll have a song playing just like this. I'll turn the volume down a little. Then maybe after a little bit of time, I'll speed it up to be 110 BPM. Now that it's 110, I'll bring in this new song, as I was saying. And now I'll start playing this, boom. And then after this has been playing for a while, and you can hear right now, they're actually on beat because they're both the same BPM. I'll just play this one for a while. Then after this plays for a while, like maybe I'll speed this up to 115. Now I can bring this song in that's faster and I'll drag it there. And now, oops, it kind of got a little messed up. Now after you play this 115 song for a bit, you could go and speed it up slowly. So yeah, pretty much kind of what I'm illustrating is you're switching back and forth between these decks, like this deck, and then this deck, and then this deck, and so on, bringing in a new song each time. And something to just show you right here, this is the crossfader. So pretty much if it's all the way to the right, it's going to be playing this 100% and none of this. If it's all the way to the left, it's going to be playing the left side 100% and the right side none at all. And if it's in the middle, it's playing them both equally. So like here, I'll kind of show you. All the way on the left, just this song. All the way on the right, just this song. In the middle, it's playing both. So yeah, with that being said, that's kind of like the whole BPM thing and kind of how that works. And as I was talking about, you know, like you might speed it up to be the same speed as the new song you're going to play, or you might slow down the next song. Another thing you can do is speed your song up, the current song up a little bit, and slow down the next song a little bit. So kind of to show you what that means is like, let's say this song is 110 and I want to play this 120 song next. That's kind of a steep jump. Sorry, that was glitched. Yeah, it's kind of a steep jump. So what I might do is while this song's playing, I'll speed it up to be 115, just like that. And now I'll slow this one down to also be 115 so that they're the same BPM and I can mix them in together. And then once they're both playing at the same BPM, I'll move to the right. Basically, that means I'm like only playing this one on the right now. This one on the left is faded out. And now that I made the transition successfully, I'll speed it up to 120. And that's like the BPM that I wanted it to be. So yeah, kind of like the whole DJing process consists of making sure the BPMs are the same, bringing the next song in, and then like fading the previous song out, and so the current one is playing. So then once the new song's playing, you kind of do the same thing over and over again. You just go back and forth between these two decks. Like now, let's say Doomsday's playing, boom. I might bring in another song in the morning. And in the morning is 123 BPM, so I am gonna go 120. Or actually, I'll kind of do what I was talking about earlier. I'll speed up Doomsday a little and kind of meet in the middle halfway. So I'll go 121.5 or something, and now I'll make this song 121.5, and now they'll be the same beat. So yeah, kind of back to what I keep saying is that the BPM kind of determines where you're able to go. You can speed up a song a lot or slow down a song a lot, but after a certain point, it kind of it sounds bad, for lack of a better way to explain it. If you make a song too fast, you like lose the artist's original intention and message. So like, yeah, I don't know. If you're, if you slow down a house song too much, it's just not gonna have the vibe, and often it's gonna sound bad. Now, there's no hard rule for this, but I'd say like usually you can increase or decrease it by 10 BPM, like plus or minus 10, and you're probably gonna be, you could probably confidently assume that you're gonna retain the vibe and it's not gonna sound weird. Once you start going like above a 15 BPM jump, then it like might totally change the vibe of the song. So if you have a really big jump, that's when you might do like what I just said. Like let's say, I'm playing this 105 BPM song and I want to suddenly jump to this 120 BPM song. If I sped up this song 15 BPM, it's probably going to sound weird. So what I'm going to do is I'll probably speed it up like 7.5 BPM and then slow this one down 7.5 BPM. So I'm kind of like meeting in the middle so that I'm not speeding one up too much and I'm not slowing one down too much. And yeah, so with that being said, that's kind of the whole BPM thing out of the way. Like I keep saying, the BPM determines what you're really able to play next. So like if I'm playing this 105 song, the next song I play kind of has to be in a close, BPM range to that. Like I can probably play these songs that are, 10 or 15 BPM away max. And then like now that I'm at 115, I'm able to play these songs without it being like too drastic of a sudden BPM jump. So yeah, you basically like whatever BPM you're trying to get to, you slowly work your way there by either like slowly bringing in songs and getting faster and faster or slower and slower. And yeah, that's like the BPM side of things. Now, the next aspect is that of cue points. Now, I'd say the best way to explain what cue points are they're strategic places in the song where you would want to bring it in. So cue points are kind of depicted in Rekordbox by these red buttons here. You can see like this song has no cue points. There's nothing red, but here there's 2 cue points, here there's 2. And when you have a cue point on a song, it'll also say cue here. And let me just demonstrate like what I mean when I say strategic place in a song. So here I'll drag in it says it can't be found. Okay, I'm not going to drag in that one. I'm going to drag in this one. You see I have a cue point here right at the beginning of the song. Like I said, they're depicted as these red arrows. There's one right at the beginning of the song. I'll just ignore that, sorry. And there's one right here. And here in like this memory cue screen, it shows all the cue points that you have loaded. If you see, I click between them and it kind of skips back and forth between these 2 locations. You can see it's happening here too. So when I mean strategic location, here there's one right at the beginning of the song. You can't hear it because it's all the way to the right, so I'll put it back to the middle and play it. Boom, there's one right at the beginning, and then I have one, what's here? Once the bass line comes in. So pretty much cue points aren't required, but if you want to play a killer set, basically, it makes it so much easier if you go through your music in advance and kind of identify the places in the song where you might want to mix in and out of in advance, so that you're not like trying to find the exact spot on the fly. So yeah, places where the cue points might be, like right at the start of the song, right as a buildup is coming in, maybe like right before the drop, or like right after a drop, right before the interlude starts. Pretty much places where you know that you'd either want to transition out of a song or transition into a song. So you can see most of my cue points are like right at the beginning of the song, but there's some songs where, like, this is a good example. There is one right at the beginning, but there honestly isn't much going on in the song until here, where I have the second cue point set. I'll just click the second cue point, I'll jump straight to there, and I have this vocal, and then the song kind of gets more exciting. Which brings me to my next thing of, like, where is the best place to mix in a song? Now, the best place to mix in a song is right on a kick. And what I mean by that is, like, right when it goes boom. That's the best place to mix in the song, because that gives you a sense of the beat, in the sense that, like, let's say song A is going boom, 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 and you have song B with your cue point right on the boom, 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 boom. You're able to listen to the two kicks of both songs, and if you hear them being both in key, sorry, not in key, if you hear that both kicks of both songs are both kind of in time together, then you know that your songs are in beat and that they're gonna, you know, mash up perfectly. And the best place to get a sense of the beat is from the kick. So, for example, let me show you this song. See here, actually, that's a bad example. That first one I showed, Fisher, where's Fisher? Yeah, so see, boom. I have this cue point set right on the kick. This one here, also set right on the kick. And basically, kind of back to what I was saying earlier, like, if you start playing a song on like a vocal, or like on some type of basically any part without percussion, then it doesn't give you any sense of the beat, meaning you don't actually know if the two songs are on beat or not. And the whole process of DJing boils down to this thing called beat matching. And that's basically like you listening to the percussion of both songs and kind of hearing that they're both in time or in beat. So yeah, I will change this to 124 and find another song where I also did that here. Yeah, see my cue point here, set right on the kick. My cue point here, set right on the kick. With a song like this, that's not a great example. Let me find a notably bad example. Like here, honestly, this is a good example. There's no percussion here, so like, it's way harder to tell if it's going to be on beat because there's no drums. There's nothing like giving you a sense of the beat at all. It's just like a piano and sort of intro, which kind of comes back to the thing of cue points. Very often songs will like here, there's no beat here. Very often songs will kind of have like an intro with no percussion before the drums actually come in. So you might take your cue point and like set it to right where the drums come in. You'll skip all that intro. Let me see if I can find a good example easily. I cannot find a good example easily. It's okay. Pretty much the point I'm trying to illustrate is a lot of songs, they might have some intro with no beat or no sense of percussion, and you will just take your cue point and set it after all that ends. So yeah, the way you would set a cue point is you just go, well, let me explain the process of queuing a bit more. So if you see, here's the cue button, here's the play button. Coming back to the thing I was saying about controllers and how a controller like controls all the buttons on the screen, you can also use your keyboard to control the buttons on the screen. And that's how you would DJ from your computer. So in Rekordbox 6, if you press the A button on your keyboard, it's the Q button. And if you press the Z button, it's the play. And if you ever forget these key commands that I'm telling you, you can go to Preferences, Keyboard, Deck 1 and Deck 2. So the left one is Deck 1, the right one is Deck 2. and you can see all the keyboards shortcuts. So like I said, Z and A are play and Q. So when you cue something, basically, as long as you have it held down, it keeps playing, but once you let go, it jumps back. So you see kind of what's happening now. It plays, and then it jumps back. And I'm doing it on my keyboard right now, but that's equivalent to pressing this Q button. And the reason you kind of have it jump back, it's not intuitive at first, but the reason is, like, let's say one song's playing, it's going boom, boom, boom. Let's say this song, Shutdown, is playing. So let's say it's playing. Now here, I'm trying to bring the next song in. And you're going to keep pressing this, and you're kind of like tapping along with the beat of the song that's playing until they're both in beat. And that's why it jumps back, because you probably won't get them on beat your first time. So you want to like let go and try again until you get them both lined up. So let me kind of demonstrate that. So here, that's the kick of Shutdown. Now do you hear how I'm kind of trying out? I'm tapping the Q button to get the two songs on beat, which I have now done. So yeah, that's kind of like why the Q button works the way it does. You pretty much keep on tapping along with the beat. If you hold down, it keeps playing. You keep on tapping along with the beat until it's good, and then while you still keep the Q button held down, you also press the play button, and it keeps playing. So play button, pause and play, easy. Q button jumps back to the cue point you've set. And yeah, just the best way to get a sense of what I'm doing is just to try it at home on your computer. It'll make a lot more sense. I'm just going to check the chat one more time, make sure. You said I might be jumping the gun, but do you know if Rekordbox is a good platform to mix digital and vinyl? So I believe Rekordbox has a thing called, not DBS, DVS, and that is digital vinyl something. You can mix Rekordbox with vinyl, or sorry, you can mix vinyl with Rekordbox, but I think you have to like buy an additional add-on. So yeah, I guess like, I don't know, what most people when they're like DJing vinyl, they are like literally, you know, using real records, and they're not even using a computer at all. But Rekordbox does technically have a virtual vinyl feature, and you will see like some DJs, yes, they use Rekordbox to DJ vinyl, and it's pretty much like they're not using like real records. Rekordbox is like emulating the vinyl setup, and I don't know, I've actually never used it, but it's called DVS, and it's basically like two fake records that act exactly like records do, but it's technically playing digital audio through Rekordbox. But yeah, does anyone have any questions thus far? I've kind of been like talking a lot without practically demonstrating it, and that might be hard to visualize. And if not, I'll just like mix a couple songs, and I think it'll make it a lot more clear. Once again, you press the Q until it's on beat with the current song that's playing, and then while you still have the Q button pressed down, you also press the play button and then let go of both. So once again, keep pressing Q. Once it's good, keep your finger down on the Q button and then also press the play button at the same time, and then let go of both fingers. And you'll know that happens. It's a little confusing. The best way to explain it, to like understand it, is just to do it once. You see, I'll keep doing it, and now I press both buttons and it keeps playing. So with that being said, let me just show you the process of mixing. So I'll just skip through the song. You know, let's say this song's playing. It's all the way on the right side. Now I'm gonna bring in this song on the left side. And I'm doing that. I'm tapping the Q button until I hear that it's on beat. And you basically tap along with the beat of the song so that it gives you a sense, and you make sure that like your fingers are in sync with the beat. So now I'm gonna press I have the Q button held down, and I'm gonna press the play button too. And now you see both songs are playing. So with that happening, I can slowly kind of use this fader to transition into the next song. So the shutdown drop just happened, and now I'm like mixing in this song on the left. Yeah, kidding. And this crossfader in the middle is basically like the volume fader. When it's all the way to the left, it's only going to be playing the left side. So I just made that transition right there, just like that. And now I'm kind of just going to skip a bit of the song so that I can like demonstrate mixing in a next song. So I'll go Stay With Me, Chris Lake, some basic house. I will go to memory cue, find this cue point, and literally do the same thing that I just did. So now it's all the way to the left, which means everyone hears this song, and now I'm setting up this song to be perfect before anyone even hears it. So I'm going to do the same cue button thing, and they're on beat now, and now I'll let go and kind of slowly fade them. So now you can hear this vocal from Stay With Me by Chris Lakes coming in. And I'm just gonna try mashing them up, actually. So if you hear, I'm playing the vocal from the Chris Lake song, and this Fisher song on the left side is kind of driving most of the beat. And because they're both in beat, I don't know, you can switch back and forth, and they're totally in beat. Which brings me to my next thing, which is that basically, how does Rekordbox know where the beats are? If you see there's these red lines here, basically what Rekordbox does is it tries to analyze the song and basically like determine where the beats are. So see how there's these bright red lines? That signifies every 4 beats, and every white line is just like 1 beat. So to kind of count, beat 1, beat 2, beat 3, beat 4, beat 1, beat 2, beat 3, beat 4. So, you know, the first beat of every measure is just like signified in red. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. And this song's a really good example to kind of illustrate what I'm about to go over, because right now it's just kick, 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 you know, nothing else. You can look at the waveform alone and get a really good sense of the song. So, and like this is a prime example. You see how on every kick, each one of these is a kick, and on every single one of them is a line. That's basically Rekordbox making what's called a beat grid, and it's trying to like analyze the song and make the grid line up with the beat of the song so that you can mix it well. Which is like exactly what happened here. So by default, like the grid, if I pick any spot, it's gonna be like right on that down beat so that you can mix them in together. Boom, boom. So what to do? Yeah, that's like, so the waveform actually tells you a lot in the sense that like you can visually tell that your 2 songs are in beat, just like if the lines are lined up. And that brings me to another feature, which is called quantize, which is showed by this cue here. Another thing is you can mouse over any feature and it says exactly what it's supposed to do. Like here it says, when quantize is turned on, cue and loop point. Basically, quantize means that if you mix it slightly off, it'll like nudge it so that it's kind of like a autocorrect in a way. If you're close to being on beat but not perfect, quantize kind of slowly moves it so that they are ultimately on beat if you missed it. And it does that based on the grids. It basically just makes the grids line up. So let me check the chat one more time. Okay, Nick says nice. Like I said, the best way to like, I guess, implement everything I'm teaching is to either like follow along or practice it right after, because it is a bit confusing to just be told all this. It definitely is like a thing that you have to practically do to understand. But to set a cue point, you basically can like click this and drag it to wherever you want the cue point to be. Kind of what I've been saying is you want to set your cue point to be like on the downbeat of a kick so that you're able to like mix it in well. And let me just go, I don't know, right here, just for now. You drag it, this line is kind of what's currently playing, and then you just click the cue button. And you see now there's this yellow line here, boom. And when I press Q, oh, sorry, I accidentally moved it. When I press Q, it's gonna play from there now. And then to save your cue point, you click this memory button, and then this new cue point just appeared here. You can delete them by clicking X, but yeah, pretty much you could set cue points like all through your song. You could set one here, click Q, that orange arrow comes, and then you click memory to save it, and now it appears. And yeah, that's like the main idea of cue points. Strategic places in your song that you want to mix into. Rekordbox analyzes the beat of your song and makes this grid to kind of coincide with the song, and you set your cue points along that grid as well. Now, something that happens sometimes is that Rekordbox actually gets it wrong. With house songs and techno songs and songs that are really like 4 on the floor, kick, 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 it's really easy and it like usually just analyzes it perfectly. But with more abstract songs, you could say, it sometimes gets it wrong. And let me just find an example, if I can, of where it gets it wrong. This is a pretty good example, actually, I think. No, it's actually good. So once again, you can kind of like just visually know if it got it wrong if you, like I said, you can actually, I'll just mess up the song so that you can see an example. Boom, here it is. You can see that the lines are on every kick. It's very easy to like visually confirm this is the start of the kick and the lines line up perfectly, but sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes it gets it wrong. And when that happens, like here, now I just changed it so it's wrong. You see that the lines like clearly don't line up with the beat. Usually it's pretty good, but eventually you're bound to encounter this scenario. Like the beats or the kicks are kind of determined by these big like whoosh things, and right here like clearly they don't line up properly. Like if I was to mix from here, it's gonna be like it's like halfway through a kick. It's gonna make it hard. It's gonna make it weird. And if you ever want to fix that, you kind of click it and drag it to where you want to change it to. Like here, now the red line is here, and instead of clicking here, you click there and click this red thing. And watch what'll happen. It'll just jump. So it'll like adjust the beat grid to be relative to what you changed it to. Like I said, house music is pretty much always good, but like something like this might be messed up because it's an, yeah. I mean, this is an acapella, so it's gonna be weird. It does it based off the beat, but if there's not like a defined beat, it might get it wrong. Like here, I probably want it to start right at the start of this vocal, so I'll go and click this, and now it shifts it all accordingly. Yeah, I'll just go back to having the song here. You can also like obviously visually kind of confirm that it analyzed the grid properly by just like playing it. Boom, playing it. This doesn't really have a good beat. This has a good beat. Boom, 1, 2, 3, 4. If for some reason these lines, like you could just watch it while it's playing. If the lines didn't line up with the beat, then you'd know you need to change it. And that's kind of goes back to the whole like analyzing your music. Fix it all in advance so that you can just focus on DJing when you want to DJ. And yeah, the hotkeys I was mentioning earlier, A is to press Q, Z is just to play on deck 1, and then for deck 2 it is H. H is the Q button, and N is the play button. So, like that. H and A. See, they do different things. Yeah, so does anyone have any questions thus far? Specifically with like all the cue point, BPM, beat matching stuff. It is confusing to just be told it, so I'd love to, you know, clarify anything if I can. One more thing, like I said, you can mouse over anything and it'll tell you what it does, but an important one to know is this MT, which stands for master tempo. And pretty much by default, when you speed up a song, if master tempo's off, the pitch changes too. So I'll just show you right now. Oh, I guess it won't let me make it that fast. Oh. So yeah, do you hear how the pitch just like drastically changed? Sorry, I'm trying to change it too much. See, do you see what just happened? It's like really noticeable. So if you're trying to change the speed of your song, it's going to be super noticeable unless you have master tempo on, which means that the pitch stays the same. So see, when I clicked it, it brought the pitch back to normal. So I pretty much always have master tempo on both, because otherwise it kind of makes it really obvious if you're speeding up or slowing down a song, because the pitch just changes. So you should just keep master tempo on like all the time. And yeah, I'll kind of go back to what I was doing and just like mix a song or two. So, oh, it's way fast. Oh yeah, that's another thing. This button here, which I clicked, see it says +10. That basically means that you can go plus, or it says plus minus. The number is like how far up or down it'll let you go. So if I'm at like 140, see, it's actually not letting me go there, so I might have to change it to be like +16, and now I can go to 140. And yeah, pretty much it's like the amount that it lets you go plus or minus, because the song is 124 originally, so if I'm at +6, it's going to let me go up to 130 or down to 118. If I'm at +10, it's going to let me go up to 134 or down to 114. So you might have to adjust this occasionally if you want to make a large BPM jump. With that being said, I'll go back to 125 and play the song. So it's playing, boom. And now I'm gonna mix in Ya Kidding. So I'm gonna press the H button, and if you hear that kick, that's the kick of Ya Kidding. So I'm just tapping along with the beat of Focus until I get them perfectly. And right now I actually got them a bit off, but Quantize should fix that for me. It actually didn't. Okay, well, definitely off beat. Okay, there, I got them in beat. And now that they're like in beat, I'll slowly mix this song in, but maybe I want to tease this vocal of Focus for a while, but eventually I'll go on. And now let's say I want to bring in the song that's 128. So what I'm probably going to do is, well, I don't know why I did that. I'll probably like speed this song up a little, like I'll speed it up to 127. Now I'll slow this song down to 127. And now I can like do the whole process again. I'm going to click here to go to this cue point that I've set in advance. So, do you hear the kicks of both songs? I'm basically listening for both kicks to make sure they're exactly the same, which none of these are. I'm doing them offbeat.
Moving on the dance floor. Dancing tonight.
There, now I got it pretty close. So I keep playing. And now I might fade it this way. And yeah, another trick to kind of start to go over is this idea of loops, which are illustrated right here. And pretty much you can click this arrow to choose the length of the loop. And I'll just show you what it does. When you click it, it loops the current part. So now I just loop this over and over. And if you click the arrow, it'll make the loop longer, like an 8-beat loop. 4-beat loop, 2-beat loop, and you can do however you want. And then if you just click it again, it unloops it. So like the way you might use a loop is that, here, let me just stop playing these. The way you might use a loop is, let's say there's like La 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 has like a catchy vocal section that I want to keep while I bring in Ya Kidding. So I might loop that cool vocal part of La 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 and then just keep it looping while I bring in this song and transition to this. And then I, just like have this playing with that one part looped while the song keeps playing. And that helps a lot for transitions. Because like, let's say a song has like a drop, then a short break and another drop. I might loop that short break so that I can bring the next song in without being kind of like pressed for time or stressed. So that kind of goes back to this thing about the waveform, is looking at the waveform gives you a really good sense of the song. I can see here, basically based on what's going on, you can kind of tell the structure. Like here is intro, and then the percussion comes in, then there's like a build up, and this whole chunk here is a drop, and then like interlude, because songs are usually like intro, build up, drop, interlude, build up, drop. So, you know, you don't want to have one song drop while you're bringing in the drop of a next song. Usually like you'll let the drop happen, and then during the interlude, you can now bring in a next song, let that one play during the interlude of that one. While it's chill, you bring the next song in, because if you have two drops happening at the same time, they'll be clashing, it'll be too chaotic. So kind of the way it goes is like I'll play the song, and once it gets here, like here's the drop, around here the drop ends, it's an interlude, which is a good time for me to now start bringing in this song, and then I'll play this song out, boom, it drops. Here there's an interlude, here there's another interlude, and there's not much going on, which means it's a good time to bring in the next song. But kind of back to what I was saying about looping, if the interlude's really short, so like, you have to bring in the next song really quick, otherwise it's going to be, the next drop is going to happen. You could just loop that interlude to give you more time to bring in the next song. And let me just check the chat again. Looping changes the game. Yeah, okay. I'm just about at time, but I'm almost done with what I had to go over. So I'm just gonna, I'll probably just go a few minutes over and then I'll be done. So yeah, let's just recap everything. Master tempo means when you change the tempo, pitch stays the same. This plus or minus 10 is how much it lets you change at once. If you're at 16, you can bring the song up 16 or down 16. If you're at wide, there's no limit. If you're at 6, just up or down 6. Cue points, you can view them by clicking this tab, clicking this memory cue, then you can jump between them. Cue points are strategic places in your song that you want to mix into or mix out of. You can set cue points so that it makes it easier for you to, like, let's say a song has an intro without much going on and then the beat sort of comes in. You might skip that whole intro and set the cue point on the first kick of the song. Pretty much always you want to set the cue point on the kick so that you can listen to both kicks, make sure they're in beat, and that's like the whole process of beat matching. There's also this other thing called beat sync, which basically it does exactly what it says. It keeps the two decks synchronized to the same beat. Now, one of them will be designated master. You have to click beat sync on both. Right now, this one's the master, and this one, now this one's the master, that one's not. What that basically means is the one that's not the master will just like keep its BPM locked to that of the master. So right now, if you see, this song is 127 BPM, this song's 125, but because beat sync's on, it actually just like locks them to be the same thing. So see here, like these songs, if you're playing like a lot of songs in a very close range and you know you're not going to be changing the BPM a lot, you might just keep beat sync on so that it'll like lock it all to one range. And when it's like that, you can change the master. Like I'll just make this 128. And if you see, it changed the other one too. So that way, you only really have to focus on changing the BPM for one. And yeah, look at the waveform. Waveform tells you a lot about the song. It tells you where the buildups are, where the drops are, and like the interludes are the easiest to see because like that's where there's not much going on. Or here's like the outro. You can see it just like slowly fading out. And use that information to help you guide where you want to mix. Like I said, you don't want to have too much clashing. You don't want to have too many chaotic things. So you can like, while the song's playing, you can look ahead and be like, oh, I know there's an interlude there. That's probably where I want to mix in my next song. So then judging on where that interlude is, you can like start to mix in your next song accordingly. Likewise, oh, I know there's an interlude here. So I can plan where to mix my next song here. And like, let's say the interlude's too short. That's okay. You can loop that interlude to buy you some time. Or let's say you have some cool vocals going on. Loop that by just, like I said, click this. It'll show you the green, or sorry, the yellow. And you can half the loop, double the loop accordingly. And yeah, that's that. One last thing, you can click this effects tab here and it shows tons of effects. Pretty confusing, but all you need to know is that you click one and it applies it. And this shows the deck that it applies it to. So if you click 1 and 2, it's going to apply the effects to both. Just 2 means it's just this one, and you just like click it. I don't know if you can hear, it just sounds way different now. Clicking them again turns them off. These arrows let you choose a ton of effects. And yeah, I don't know if you can hear, it sounds drastically different. But I'll click that again to hide it. Yeah, once again, anyone have any questions? Seems like not. Okay. Yeah, I think that's about it. Like I said, you can do this all on your computer. A controller makes it a bit easier because you have like big buttons instead of having to click all these all over your screen, but it is effectively the same thing. Once again, the hotkeys, A is to Q on the left side, H is to Q on the right side, Z is to play on the left side, N is to play on the right side. And when something's paused, you can like click and drag all around. And when it's paused and you click Q, you set a new Q point to save that Q point. You can tell you set the Q point because this orange bar comes. So I'll like drag it here, click Q again, boom, now it's there. You can save that Q point by clicking memory. You can delete your Q points like this. You can click throughout. And yeah, pretty much like if you had no Q points on your song, like where are you going to start playing from? You'd want to start from like the first beat of the song. And yeah, I think that's about it. Thank you for watching. Hopefully this helps somebody. And hopefully this can be used as a resource for MEMCO in the future. Let me know if you have any questions. My SoundCloud is right here in the bottom right if you want to hear my music. Other than that, thank you, everybody. Have a great Saturday.